300. Lots of rumors, lots of talk, lots of speculation circling around in regards to as what that show is going to look like, who's going to be on that show, if it's going to be as epic as everyone is hoping for. And I don't know if you've seen, but there are some big rumors doing the rounds that Khabib might be added to that show. Now, obviously that's nothing but speculation, but Khabib's old trainer, who hasn't trained him since his last fight, he has come out to confirm that Khabib is back training with him again. And he said he doesn't know if there's a fight that's coming up. I mean, I would think he would, but he said he doesn't know if there's a fight that's coming up, but basically read into it whatever you want. The fact that he's back with his trainer, apparently he's never stopped training. It's not the training thing that's getting people excited. It's the fact that he's back with his old trainer and he's actually doing the kind of training that you would to get ready for a fight. So this has got people talking and speculating. Clearly, the biggest thing they could do would be Khabib against Conor too. That would be absolutely massive. I would imagine Conor would get destroyed. But we know that Conor's got a fight coming up against Chandler. That is earmarked for International Fight Week. So, you know, there's quite a few things that we are building towards. I think didn't Bisping come out and say that he would love to see Brock Lesnar against Tom Aspinall, and that could be like a big fight. Ariel Helwani has come out and said, don't get too overexcited, like don't get yourself carried away. Chances are this is going to be a stacked card, but not anything, you know, crazy, not anything monumental, nothing like Brock or Khabib coming back or anything along those lines. But the UFC 300 card so far is looking very, very strong. It's missing its big marquee headline, eye-catching kind of fights. The biggest fight we've got on there is probably the championship fight between Zhang Weili and Yan Jinan. So that is still going to be a great fight. And it's one that people are interested in seeing, but it's not really one that is worthy of headlining or, dare I say, even co-headlining UFC 300. So people are waiting for that big, huge, mega fight to drop before they get, really carried away. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think that we'll see Khabib, to be honest, at UFC 300. I don't expect that, but there is a bit of chatter, what with him training. I don't think we'll see Brock Lesnar. I think Ariel Helwani is probably right. We're probably going to get some other title matches that will be announced. I think the card's still going to bang. It's still going to be amazing, but I think people are maybe getting a little bit carried away with talk of Khabib, talk of Brock and things along those lines. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm very, very excited. I'm very excited to see what they come up with UFC 300. So far, I mean, you can't have too many complaints because so far on the card for UFC 300, we've got Jiri taking on Rakic. We've got Calvin Kattar taking on Aljamain Sterling. We got Bo Nickel, who is obviously, everyone's darling at the moment. He's taking on Cody Brundage. We got Charles Oliveira taking on Arman Sarukian. And of course, as we said, we've got that women's title fight as well between Zhang Weili and Yan Jinan. So, Jiri in action, Aljamain Sterling in action, Charles Oliveira in action, Bo Nickel in action, Zhang Weili in action, all on the same card, and we haven't even had the big blockbuster main event yet. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. UFC 299, which is in March, that does look very, very good. That was just saw that in the chat. Lorweezy Animal says UFC 299 is looking better. It does look fantastic. We've got Sean O'Malley against Marlon Vera. We got got Dustin Poirier taking on Saint Denis. We've got Caitlin Chikagian against Macy Barber. Curtis Blades is in action. RDA is in action. It's a really good looking card, that. So UFC 299, definitely one to get excited for, as is UFC 298, which is Volkanovski against Topuria, which should be amazing. Whitaker against Costa. Jeff Neal against Ian Gary. Dvalishvili taking on Henry Cejudo. We've got a few other fights on that as well. UFC 297. So this is in a couple of weeks. So not far away at all. That's going to be headlined by Sean Strickland against Duplessis, which is going to be so much fun. That is going to be such an amazing fight. Raquel Pennington against Mayra Buena Silva for the women's bantamweight title as well. Neil Magny against Mike Malott. Curtis against Barrio, and Arnold Allen taking on Evloev. So pretty good looking card for UFC 297. So UFC is cooking right now. I know it's been on a break, but it is back with a bang. And our main event tonight as well is also a main event, which I think is quite interesting. It definitely is going to grab people's attention. The main event tonight, you might remember, was the fight before when we had to call it off because of an illegal knee. So it's Walker against Ankalaev. Ankalaev had Walker over against the cage. Walker was down on his knee, and then a knee strike came in from Ankalaev. Now, how Walker didn't get knocked out by that knee, I really don't know. It was absolutely flush. It was absolutely picture perfect. But he took it. He took it, and it was amazing. Well, the doctor did a concussion test and basically asked, "Where are you?" And Johnny Walker replied, "I'm in the desert." And that apparently was not to the liking of the doctor. The doctor did not accept that as the correct answer. And so the fight was called. I listened to the interview with Johnny Walker a little while ago on Ariel Helwani, and he was very, very frustrated. He was saying he thinks he should have got given a bit more time than what he was given to recover. And to be honest, I completely agree. They asked him very quickly. They called it very quickly. And there probably was a bit of a language breakdown there. So, yeah, not UFC's proudest moment. But we're getting the rematch of that tonight. That is our main event. And there's a little bit of bad blood there because Johnny Walker was saying, like, you know, Ankalaev didn't have to throw that knee. He obviously did it, like, either on purpose or, like, stupidly without thinking. And basically, you know, cost him money and cost him what he thought would be a victory for him last time out. So there's a little bit of bad blood there as well, which is always welcome. We are going over to UFC Fight Pass as well because we've got the early prelims about to start. Obviously, this fight card lost a fight. It actually lost its co-main because of weigh-in issues between Matheus Nicolau and Manel Kape. That one, Kape coming in at over 3.5 pounds overweight, which is quite the miss. So we've unfortunately lost that fight. But the card looks okay. It's not the strongest event from UFC that we're going to see this year. As we said, some of those pay-per-views coming up look very tasty. But it's just lovely to be back watching some UFC action and working our way towards some big shows. Andy, shout out to you. He says, I'm going to go for Walker and Ankalaev. Walker Van Ankalaev. Well, Walker and Ankalaev are going up against each other, bud. So you're going to need to pick a lane on that one. Bitblob said the early 2024 is banging for UFC and Conor is returning later this year, International Fight Week. Damn. Bishop said, I got a question. Do you like the name Volta or Gunther better? I don't care, to be honest. It didn't change me. It didn't affect me when they changed that name. Not like when it was rubbish, but them changing Volta to Gunther didn't make any difference to me whatsoever. Both of them, I think, are quite menacing, foreign heel-esque names. So At no point have I ever started a campaign to change it back to Volta. It doesn't make any difference to me. Andy said, my favorite wrestler is the Texas Tornado. Amazing. Steven says, how many fights are on this card? There are 11. Belusov said, you show the event. We can't show the event, but we can certainly put the stats up and discuss the action. But if we were to show the event, we'd be took down straight away, just like anyone else on YouTube. Joseph said the card is great in terms of prospects. That's true. But thoughts on 300s? We just covered that quite extensively, literally about 5 minutes ago. Headlines are, I think the card is looking good. I think, though, that people are disappointed because they've not had that big killer. You know, I mean, Conor would be the name people would be looking for. Brock Lesnar would be the name people would be looking for. John Jones would be the name that people are looking for. UFC have got a very few like elite top draw mega appealing superstars, right? Kind of the Sean Stricklands of the world, Sean O'Malley's of the world. I would say they're definitely a level or two below. You know, even Volkanovski, I would say, is a level below. We've not really got anyone of that kind of Brock Lesnar, John Jones, Anderson Silva, Khabib, Conor, GSP. I don't know that we've got anyone with that kind of star power at the moment. That's active, other than John Jones himself, of course. I think Volkanovski is someone people have got a lot of respect for, and he definitely is one of the strongest champions we've got. I'd say the same with Islam Makhachev. Definitely one of the strongest champions we've got, but they've got a bit more work to do to get their names into that same level as an Anderson Silva, as a Khabib, a Conor just stands on his own when you look at pay-per-view buys, you know? So I sort of feel like people are waiting for one of those top draw names. People are waiting for one of those big, massive superstar names that really is something special. It's something that you wouldn't normally see. This should be a show that you won't see again until UFC 400. This should be a show where you just go completely all out. No, like nothing is off the table. Everything is on the table for this show. So I think announcing Zhang Weili, Charles Oliveira, you know, I don't want to be down on these fighters because they're amazing and the card is stacked, but I feel the same as a lot of people. We're just waiting for that big main event, top draw. Oh my God, can you believe it? Like, I feel like UFC are cooking something as well. I feel like they know that we need something along those lines. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see what it is. So far, I would say so good, to be honest. You know, you put in a lot of big names on the show. I think that this whole card's going to be stacked. Every fight's going to have a name that you care about, or a name that's got something about them, be it Charles Oliveira, be it Bo Nickel, be it whoever else it was that we read on that list. You know, Zhang Weili's going to be on that card. So every fight's going to have Aljamain Sterling's on that card. So every fight's going to have someone in it. But yeah, just waiting for that big headline act. Bitblob said, I thought UFC 300 would be dream fights like Masvidal Diaz, but instead they're going with meaningful fights, which I don't mind, but I do feel a little disappointed. That's fair. I mean, UFC don't tend to do too many pointless dream fights, to be honest. Dana has said before that he is all about finding the best. This is about finding who is the best in the world right now. And we've definitely deviated from that a few times in the past, and I would expect them to deviate from that on this show as well. I would expect there to be a fight that really is not about finding the best, but it's about exciting the fans. So I think that there is still room for that on this card, but I would not expect a full card of that, because Dana has been quite clear in the past in saying we want to find, this is a sport. It's a sport, you know. It's a bit like Wimbledon, not bothering to try and find who the best tennis player is, and instead just doing like Boris Becker against Tim Henman. Or doing Andre Agassi taking on Roger Federer, right? Rather than actually doing a tournament to figure out who is the best tennis player in the world right now. So UFC is a sport. They, I think, will always look to put that first. But you're not wrong. I mean, there is definitely room on this card in particular, UFC 300. There is definitely room for them to find a way of putting on some fights like that. Because I think the casuals are looking for that. I think a lot of casuals are keeping an eye on UFC, watching the shows. UFC is doing really well at the moment. So, you know, they're keeping an eye on things. They're having a look to see, who the champions are and everything. But as we said, it's just lacking that big major star power. Where's the next Conor McGregor? I know Conor was special, but it's been a long time since Conor was around in his prime. It's been years and years and years. Where's that next Conor that delivers those big pay-per-view buys? You know, we're still waiting for that person to come along. So UFC, I think, are just struggling in that front a little bit at the moment. No one wants Masvidal against Diaz. They're rubbish now, said Joseph. A. Jobson, shout out to you. Matt said, Conor Diaz, let's go. Kyle said, have you thought about putting Hall of Fame names at the bottom of the screen? Well, Hall of Fame stuff to do with our community we will do once we make the first announcements. So my emails are open if people have got ideas and suggestions. But until we put that a first announcement out, I wasn't touching anything to do with it. Bonkers said Brock is all about money. He would definitely do Mania and UFC 300s. It's Anarchy said, did you see the rumors of Khabib returning? I did. I don't believe that he's going to be coming back to UFC. I think there's probably quite a few reasons as to why he could be training. He's got his own promotion for starters. Not that I think he's going to be doing a fight in his own promotion, but I don't know. I'm just struggling to believe that he is going to be making a comeback, because I know that he is kept training, but inactivity is a killer. I mean, his last fight was years and years ago. So for him to come back now and compete against, I mean, it's going to have to be against a decent name. I can't imagine he's going to come back and take someone pretty low down out the rankings. It's going to have to be a Conor or someone of that ilk, you know? Unless he feels so confident that he is so far ahead of Conor that he could come back and just train and he'll still beat him. I mean, in all fairness, Conor's been very inactive, so I just don't, I can't see it. I can't see it unless it's against someone that's also been relatively inactive. That inactivity kills, man. It really does. It's a massive problem, and he has been inactive. I don't give a flip about him training. It's very different from actually having regular fights, you know? So, yeah, I am struggling to see him being on that card, but if it gets announced, I mean, we eating goods. We eating goods. What if TKO gets Brock to fight an MMA fight at WrestleMania? They want cross promotion in 2024. No. Cross promotion would be like doing two shows in the same weekend and having one building, one arena where you have both shows running that weekend. WWE fans aren't necessarily going to care about watching MMA fights. Whenever we've kind of done it before, it's not always been very successful. You know, Cain Velasquez coming in was not that successful. Ronda's run was not that successful. There are similarities between these worlds, but there are differences as well. You certainly can't go putting wrestlers in a UFC cage, right? So we can forget that for starters. And the reverse would be having some MMA fights at WrestleMania. I don't see what the benefit of doing that is. I think you could definitely see MMA fighters in the crowd at WrestleMania. I think you could definitely see MMA fighters getting involved in like little backstage things at WrestleMania. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if we did a little backstage thing with Israel Adesanya, right, or something like this. I could definitely see like the odd little thing like that, but I'm struggling to see like crossover, meaning actual like in-ring, in-octagon things. Andy said, are you doing Raw? Yes. Jobson said, Jim Miller against Paddy would be a great fight for UFC 300 if Miller gets the win. Miller should definitely be there. Miller was at UFC 100 and UFC 200. He has to be at UFC 300. That's actually a really good point, because that fight is now our co-main event tonight. So we spoke about our main event and the fact that it got cancelled and the fact that, you know, it got called off because of doctor stoppage. But our co-main event tonight is really interesting. Jim Miller is 40 years old. He's got 25 UFC wins, 16 losses, and he has competed at UFC 100, UFC 200. Will he be at UFC 300? It's not too much to ask. I mean, it's very kind of, mid-January. He's got a good few months. It's, you know, we've seen quicker turnarounds. Figueiredo, I think, did a turnaround of like a week back in like 2020. So like having a few months to get ready for your next fight and for it being at UFC 300, it's definitely possible. But the reason why this fight tonight is going to be important is because if that is going to happen, I don't know that a win or a loss really matters, to be honest. It's more about how injured Jim Miller gets. If Jim Miller gets like tagged and like really beaten up tonight, that could be a big problem, because all of a sudden then it's going to be difficult for him to be able to get to UFC 300. He won his last fight as well. He is favorite against Benitez. He is someone that's got the most fights, the most wins, and the most wins in the lightweight division. So we're talking about a bona fide legend. Someone that's definitely towards the end of his career at the age of 40, but he should be at UFC 300. So I think when it comes to that co-main, definitely having a look to see if Jim Miller can get through it. Definitely looking to see that he is going to find a way of just getting through it, being fit and healthy, and able to compete at UFC 300. But we've got our first fight that's just being previewed, so we need to start turning our attention back to this card. So Joshua Van taking on Felipe Bunes, I believe is how you pronounce it, or Bunes. Felipe is making his UFC debut at the age of 34, right? Which is mental. It doesn't really make a great deal of sense. He's 13-6 in his record. He's making his UFC debut. He's 34 years old. He has got a big reach for this division. He's a striker with some good submission wins, switches stances well. He's got some good spinning wheel kicks, and he looks to be aggressive. I think that's probably why they like him, because he's coming in someone that's really looking to move forwards, really looking to take the fight to his opponents, and I think that's something they really appreciate. So his aggressiveness might have got him this gig, but he's taking on Joshua Van, who's 9-1, 2-0 in the UFC, 7-fight win streak, good leg kicks, good power for this division. He can be explosive, he can be fireworks. Really like Joshua Van. He can be over-aggressive, but the aggression of Van taking on the aggression of Felipe is going to be so exciting to watch. This is going to be a fun fight. So Van, very simple, but very effective. Good striking, good defense. Van comes in at -220 favorite, and he is definitely the pick for this first fight. So feel free to let us know in the chat which way you think this one is going to go. Are you with Van? Or are you with Bunes. I want to hear how they pronounce his name on commentary. Talking about a good understanding of footwork and range. Saying that he's been through some really tough fights on the regional scene. Coming in at the age of 34, making the UFC debut. He is the former LFA flyweight champion, but it's a big ask. But has Joshua Van started yet? No, that is our next fight that's coming up. Bunes was meant to be fighting Zalgas. He's been on the radar, said Joseph. What time does the fight start? Well, we got the ring walks right now, so the first fight should be starting relatively soon. Joshua Van making his way down. First and only Myanmar born UFC fighter. I'm a big fan of Van. He's looked great ever since coming to the UFC. Bunes is a good challenge, but it's more of a test for Bunes than it is for Fan, says Bitter. Sean Bitter tweeting him. We are in the Apex. It is back to Vegas for us. And we are back in the Apex. The 84th time that we've been in the Apex. This is what we were doing during lockdowns. This is what we were doing in 2020, 2021. We're still here in 2024. Granted, we have managed to get away from the Apex a lot more, but yeah, we do still end up going back from time to time. Second most significant strikes in a UFC flyweight fight, 156 for Joshua Van. John reckons Van by TKO, round 2. James, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Robardo said, is Conor fighting tonight? No, but he should be fighting this year. It's not working on Discovery. Well, these are the early prelims. So the early prelims, the next 2 fights, I think are only being shown on UFC Fight Pass. So you've probably got to wait for another half an hour or so before they start being shown on like ESPN and other places. So at the moment, these 2 fights are early prelims and are on UFC Fight Pass. Joshua Van is minus 280 now. Felipe Bunes is plus 225. Joe Martinez is the announcer for this. So, first fight just being announced. Pajman, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Maybe Bunes can get on top. Maybe he could land the bigger shots around Van's poking, but I'm going to stick with the younger guy that is impressed in his initial showings. Hey, Jobson, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Bunes getting his intro. Okay, so we're about to get underway on this one. We've got 11 fights. So we've got 2 on the early prelims. We've got 4 on the prelims and then 5 on the main card. So it's quite a nice amount of fights. Obviously, we are early this week as well. So we are, it is a little bit earlier than usual. I don't mind that personally. It's quite nice to get up and running. And up and running we are about to be as this first fight is about to get started. We've got Bunes in yellow and we got Van in white. And we are underway with round number 1. So both fighters coming into the center of the octagon. We got a leg kick, inside leg kick there by Bunes. And we've got Van just edging forwards. Both guys standing their ground at the moment. as neither guy wants to back up. So we're standing in the center of the octagon. Van trying to edge forwards, but Bunes not giving up any territory. Lots of feinting at the moment. An outside leg kick there by Bunes. Van is, again, having a little look, but inside leg kick by Bunes. Already we're seeing Bunes go into those leg kicks. Couple inside, one outside. Couple of shots coming in there by Van. He's managed to drive Bunes back against the side of the cage. So Van winning the territory battle at the moment. Bunes, I don't think he'll be too worried about that because he's managed to get more strikes through, and that was a good right hand by Bunes. Couldn't get all of it, but that was, if that had got through, that could have been a big problem for Van. Van, though, weathering that storm as Bunes again resets on the outside. Outside leg kick there by Bunes. Lovely. That right hand, it feels like it's going to get through. He's thrown it twice, and it's getting closer. Van edging forwards. Again, we're staying on the feet at the moment. We've had a minute and a half. Kick coming in there by Bunes. Love that really snappy jab that he's got as well, Bunes. I mean, there is some real skill there. Hook shot coming in there by Bunes, but it just fell short. As Van tries to respond with a couple of shots, he's driven Bunes back. Kick coming into the body. Bunes stepping away from the side of the cage. And again, lovely hook shot, but it misses. He tries to follow with another hook. That falls short as well. So some of the range management at the moment, just a little bit off as Van comes forward, connects with a big left hand. That was pretty good. Inside leg kick, though, there by Bunes. At the moment, it's Van that's just slightly ahead, but you can see that Bunes getting a lot of joy with those leg kicks. He's landed around about 12 shots and 7 of them being leg kicks, but there was a lovely right hand. That right hand is a real problem for Van. That right hand of Bunes has got through a couple of times now. He's backing up against the side of the cage. Van is the one that's winning the territory game. As we said, he's driving Bunes back. Kick coming into the midsection there by Bunes. Bunes circling round. Again, we're over by the side of the cage. He circles round again as Van continues to put that pressure on. Bunes backing up. Lovely shot coming in. The right hand again getting through. He's backing up as Van continues to move forward. Lovely knee there by Bunes and a great escape as well. But again, he's right back over to the side of the cage. Van, excellent at putting that pressure on. He's not giving Bunes any room to operate. So Bunes will throw something. He'll then retreat. Van is right on him. And Bunes is again being driven up against the side of the cage. But right now, Bunes has managed to get Van, drive him up against the side of the cage himself. Oh, hello. We've just got Bunes go down. There's a timeout that's been called by the referee here. Feels like a potential illegal knee, low blow type situation. We were right up, yeah. So it was a knee, low blow from Van. Bunes was the one that was in control. He was getting a little bit of control time there. You can see that it's really close on the numbers. It's 18-16 right now. So this first round of this first fight, very, very close. Bunes is just taking a breather at the moment, down on his knees. And referee just giving him time to recover. We literally just had some snow and lightning, says A. Jobson. Let's go, Josh Van. James said a 6-sided ring will never return. The wrestlers hated it. It used to cause many injuries. So we've got Bunes again just recovering at the moment. He's down on his knees. Van is waiting and watching. There's not a great deal that's happening. We've had about a minute and 15 of the timeout at the moment. He's getting back up to his feet. I think he has 5 minutes, doesn't he? So, I mean, we could be sitting here for another 3 minutes or so. But it looks like he's feeling good to continue. I mean, it was a knee. It was low. Okay, referee just having a word with Van, telling him to be careful, and we are back underway. So both guys coming into the center. We've got Van backing up a little bit as Bunes continues to put that pressure on. Leg kick coming in there by Bunes. It's going to be very, very close as to who's won this round. Very close at the moment. It's 19-18 in favor of Joshua Van. Bunes has thrown some lovely shots, though. Van has definitely won the territory game. I'll be very interested to see what you lot think, or who you lot think the winner of this has been, as Bunes is getting backed up against the side of the cage. Van continuing to put that pressure on. Lovely overhand right coming in there by Van. Outside leg kick by Bunes. Again, he's getting backed up against the cage. Van putting that pressure on. Knee, jab by Bunes. Van responds with a kick. He goes high. It's blocked. Couple of shots coming in by Van. Bunes grabs Van and gets him down. Takedown there by Bunes, and he's managed to get into side control from the takedown. So we're over by the side of the cage. We're not right up against it, but we're over by the side of the cage. There's room to work. Van is trying to get over to the side of the cage to use that to his advantage. He's managed to flip Bunes over. He's grabbing a hold of the leg. There's a real scramble, and that is the end of the round. That is the end of the round. Who do you think took that then? Van 27-22, but Bunes did get a takedown, and he did get 40-odd seconds control time. Now, you've got to do something with control time, and I don't know that he did anything with the control time. So it's very difficult to say if you can give him anything for the control time. I think the takedown was good, and he got into side control, but again, what did he do with it? What did he actually manage to do with it? So, I don't know. I mean, this is where MMA scoring gets quite difficult. You have to look at damage. There's not much damage that I think either has taken. So, damage doesn't really say much. Van was definitely driving Bunes back, and he was ahead by 5 significant strikes. I think I might be leaning Van, but it's a real close one. I think if I was a judge, I'd be giving it to Van. I think that he was the one that was putting more pressure on. He manages to get more shots through. But as we said, there's really not loads. There's really not loads in it. So we are back underway with round number 2. Randy, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you are well. Van round, says Hayden. Hayden, shout out to you. We will have a look at Tapology, see where people are ranked, how things are going. We'll get a couple of fights through first. Bunes has grabbed Van then, driven him back against the side of the cage. Very close first round. Bunes with Van. He's trying to find a way of getting him off balance. He's trying to get the one leg off the ground. He's not managed to do that. Now he's stomping away on Van's legs. Van with some open palm strikes to the head of Bunes. Bunes with a knee strike coming in there to Van. I mean, what I will say is it has been all action. It's maybe not the best fight you'll ever see, but it's they're definitely doing stuff. Even here where we're over by the side of the cage, they're not just like over there leaning on each other. There's a real struggle for position. Right now, that's a lovely reversal by Van. Van, I think, causing some trouble. Some big knee strikes, letting his hands go a little bit. Bunes, though, grabs Van, drives him back against the cage. Wraps, oh, that was such a good takedown. That was so good. All of a sudden, he just leapt onto the leg of Van, managed to use that momentum to take Van's leg away, and Van ended up going down. But Van gets back up, starts unloading on Bunes. Big shots coming in. Bunes taking some damage there. He's stumbled his way back to the other side of the cage. Big knee strike coming in there by Van. Van picking up Bunes, dumping him down. You can see that Bunes' face has gone red. He's definitely took some damage in that brief moment. Just a couple of shots that really got through, really rocked Bunes. He ended up going back against the cage. Elbows raining down by Van now. Bunes is on his back. Van is on top, is in the guards. We've definitely gone up a gear as Van is raining budown these shots. The elbows looked absolutely vicious. They looked absolutely ferocious. But Bunes has done a really good job of getting his legs in the way, getting that guard restored so that he can kick Van off of him. He gets back to his feet now, Bunes, but he does it in a laboured fashion. And Van is starting to unload. We're back on the feet. Lovely little uppercut coming in there by Bunes. Bunes back against the cage. Van continuing to put that pressure on. Body shots coming in. All Bunes can do is cover up. He tries to respond with a big right hand kick coming in there by Bunes. And again, he goes round to the other side as Van moves forward. Lovely right hand. Throwing in these big shots. Oh, man, that little dig to the body by Van was absolutely brilliant. This is one-way traffic now, and you can see that there's quite a gap that's opened up. That first round was close. This second round has not been. Van absolutely dominating, 79-44. Bunes has grabbed Van, driven him up against the side of the cage. Van responds with a little hook shot to the side of the head. Round two, significant strikes, 48-20. And Van is just flowing, oozing confidence at the moment as he continues to move forwards. Bunes just taking shots upstairs and the body. Look at how he is mixing these strikes up. Beautiful. Down goes Bunes. Van is on top of him, pounding away. Bunes, though, grabbing the arms of Van, trying to restrict these shots, but it is absolutely one-way traffic at the moment, and the ref has seen enough. Van gets it done in round two. Referee stoppage, TKO. And it was just absolutely relentless. One-way traffic. Bunes was in full survival mode. He didn't have any answers. All he could do was cover up, try to protect himself. And look at this. I mean, lovely mixture. I'm really surprised that there wasn't more body shots that were registered. I think the body shots that Van was throwing must have been so eye-catching that every time he threw a body shot, I saw it, and it looked deadly, because it felt like he was throwing these big body shots. He only threw 13, or landed 13, but they looked so well timed. Really lovely mixture of levels, but you can see the vast majority going upstairs. So 103 significant strikes, 83 going to the head, 13 to the body, 7 leg kicks, but more than that, the absolute relentless barrage in that second round results in a second round stoppage victory for Joshua Van. Pajman said Van can take some shots. A. Jobson said the pressure and the combinations from Van was crazy. It was clear who can go charging forward, all three if needed. It was a good little fight, that. Really enjoyed it. We thought it would be fun. Both of these have an aggressive style, so I didn't think either of them were going to sit back and just wait for the other person. And that is, what we got, basically. Even though at times it might not have been the most exciting thing, that second round really stepped up a level. Joshua Van really stepped up a level, and no complaints. That's a fun way to start 2024. So, light heavyweight fight is our main event tonight. Ankalaev taking on Johnny Walker. number 2. The second time that these two are facing each other after the controversy of the first time. They're just doing the official announcement as to who's just won. We're going to move on to the next fight because I think we're going to go to this quite quickly. So we've got Motta taking on Nolan. This is in the lightweight division. Motta is 1-2 in the UFC. His last fight was a no contest. It was a premature stoppage. He works well in the pocket. He's not great on the ground. He trains at Extreme Couture. There are big chin questions around Motta. He likes to stay in front of people and counter them, which is very dangerous because of his chin being made of glass. He's dangerous on the feet, but he is probably lacking at this level. He has got, as we said, big durability questions. He's 30. He's taking on Nolan, who's making his UFC debut and is 23. He is coming through Dana White Contender Series. He's on a 4-fight finish streak. He's a southpaw. He's fresh. He's tall. He's lanky. He's got nasty ground and pound. He's going to be stronger. He's going to be more durable. He gets into some really good positions. And Nolan is definitely the pick here. Nolan coming in at -290. Motta at +235. Nolan is 6-0, so he hasn't got tons of experience, but 92% of people on Tapology have gone with Nolan. Motta is only got 8% of people supporting him on Tapology. You can get him at +235. He's got more experience and more UFC experience, but he just doesn't look like he's got the same skill level, to be honest. So Nolan mixes his kicks and his boxing really well. A finish is very likely in this next fight as well. So we are expecting a finish here. This should also be a really fun fight. So yeah, it should be a good one. We're following up that first fight with first fun fight with this one, and this should be a fun fight as well. Minty Bets on screen. She's just previewing the next fight as we are moments away from going to that one. We've got 2 fights on the early prelims. Then we've got 4 fights on the prelims, 5 on the main card. I can tell you that Minty has gone with Tom Nolan to win in round 1, -135. So Tom Nolan, round 1 finish is what Minty is predicting. A. Jobson said Nolan is going to take Motta out. Tommy Toy Travels, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Tapology, but what's his cage match? That's a great question. That is a great question. How highly rated is he on cage match? That is what we should be asking in the UFC community. Chipper T, I hope you are well. I believe you've got a big stream tonight. I think we will cross over, actually. You're streaming at the same time I'm streaming. But it's no drama. These things are going to happen. But I wish you all the best. TNA Hard to Kill, I believe, is tonight. A lot of excitement around that show. It is the relaunch, the rebirth. The Phoenix has risen again on the TNA brand. And that all kicks off tonight. And I think there's also word on the street that there's meant to be like a big name, ex-WWE name that's going to show up. So I don't know if that's going to be one of those release superstars like a Dolph or someone, but we probably need to keep an eye on that situation ourselves over here. So if you are interested in that, Tommy Toy Travels, I believe, is going to be up and running, streaming that show tonight. Jobson said, I am with Tom Nolan at -350. He has got a noble double leg flapjack. Nolan can warp the adversary. Joseph has got Tom Nolan as well. Fun. So let's do a poll. If we jump into the chat, see who people think's going to win. So Nolan or Motta. Boom. So yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We are going over to our second fight. We're only 15 minutes away from going to the prelims. Prelims will be on for a couple of hours. Main card starts at midnight here in the UK, which is 7 Eastern. That's when the main card starts. It'll be on for a couple of hours. And as we said, main event is going to be Ankalaev against Johnny Walker. We are building our way, though, towards some really big shows, some really big events that are on the horizon. And I think actually next week is UFC 297. So next weekend is our first big pay-per-view of the year. And it's a juicy one, man. I mean, Sean Strickland against Du Plessis. That is going to be an absolute barn burner. That is going to be so much fun. I mean, Du Plessis, I think a lot of people wanted Adesanya against Du Plessis because, of course, there's been a lot of language, a lot of verbals that have been exchanged between those two. But Sean Strickland's the champ right now. So it's going to be Sean Strickland against Du Plessis. I'm sure we'll get Adesanya Du Plessis at some point. But yeah, that is coming up next weekend, and we will be here for that next weekend. Raquel Pennington against Mayra Buena Silva as well on that card. Then we got Dolidze against Imavov, fight night the week after that. And did you hear that Pyfer, Joe Pyfer, he apparently has got the new records for hardest hit. Apparently he beat Ngannou's record, and he beat it 3 times on this machine that measures like punching power. Apparently Joe Pyfer beat this record 3 times, and the guy that owned the machine couldn't believe it. So I don't know if that's actually been made official, but apparently Joe Rogan was talking about this, how Joe Pyfer in the middleweight division has apparently broken Ngannou's punching records. So that is our main event for a few weeks' time. That's going to be on, well, actually in about a month, the 11th of February. We got Joe Pyfer taking on Jack Hermansson. Joe Pyfer against Jack Hermansson, our main event in about a month's time. And I'm really interested to see that fight. I really am all aboard the Joe Pyfer hype train at the moment. So we'll see what he can deliver. But some massive shows coming up for UFC in early 2024. Boxing, shout out to you. I'm good. I hope you are well. Daz said, who do you think's going to win, AJ or Ngannou? I think AJ wins. I do question how much Fury prepared for Ngannou. I know that he said that he did like a 12-week training camp, but I don't know if you saw the interview with Big John Fury. He said that he didn't actually see his son during the training camp, and he saw him for the first time when they arrived in Saudi, and he could not believe the condition that he was in. The thing is, Fury always carries a bit of timber. You know, he's never been the most athletic, slender of guys. But apparently, like, he could just tell that he was just not in the right shape needed for this fight, for this event, and really questioned what'd been going on during that training camp. And I saw an interview with Big John, and he was like, there needs to be major changes in that camp with my son. Like, he's really worried. And you can understand why, because he was so close to losing that fight with Ngannou. There's many out there that feel Ngannou got the victory. So, you know, you can understand Big John being concerned. I don't know. I don't know if he overlooked him. I don't know if he just didn't prepare properly, or I feel that Ngannou fought about as well as you could expect Ngannou to fight at the moment in boxing, and I feel like Tyson Fury just did not really show up. Still managed to get the win, but man, that was such a bad performance from Tyson Fury. He just didn't seem to be able to be working things out. He just could not find a way forwards. He just really seemed lost in there, and I don't know what's gone wrong. I heard the Fury family afterwards saying, you know, everyone has their moment where the decline starts to hit. And they're saying we need to go away and we need to make sure that that's not what's happening now, because it was such a bad performance. Even his brothers after were starting to question whether, like, Father Time had caught up with Tyson. So I don't know. I really don't know what has gone on. I don't know what the situation is there, but all credit to Ngannou. Definitely, he looked fantastic, and he pushed Tyson Fury to the limit. But I think we would have to agree something is not right, or was not right, with that Fury camp as well. And Joshua just looks really good right now. Joshua is just looking really, really good. He looked really good against Otto Wallin. We did that event. He looked good. I was impressed with what I saw. I think that he is in a different mindset to Tyson Fury. Dare I say he's hungrier than Fury right now. And I think that that fight is going to be a hell of a fight. Joshua against Ngannou. I think you could have a sprinkle on Ngannou. If you really believe Ngannou was the reason why Tyson Fury looked so off his game, because Ngannou was so good that Fury just couldn't work him out, maybe Ngannou's worth a little sprinkle. Maybe he's worth a little dabble. But for me, I would expect Joshua, who really has been putting in the work in the boxing game, you know. I mean, he went away and tried to improve himself as a boxer so that he could go toe-to-toe from a skill level with Usyk, and that was never going to work. But that was his strategy, was to actually learn boxing like to a whole new level so that he could go toe-to-toe with Usyk. Didn't work for him, backfired, wasn't a great look. And I think now he's changed his approach. He's kind of going back more to the old AJ, who is about getting in your face and putting that pressure on and, you know, putting in the work. Maybe not the most skillful of fighters. You know, he's not going to win like the best boxer awards, but he's going to use the attributes that he's got to the best of his ability. And I don't think he's been doing that so much in the past. You know, a lot of people were saying he's got to impose himself on Usyk. He's got to use his size. And he just didn't seem to want to do that in that first fight in particular. I think he did it more in the second fight. And actually, you know, there was some moments where he seemed to hurt Usyk. Usyk is definitely beatable. He's definitely beatable. He's not like this monster that can't be beaten. But yeah, Ngannou's going to be an interesting challenge. I don't know that Joshua's going to put him away, but I think Joshua by decision is what I'd be leaning. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with fight number 2 then. So fight number 2 up and running. We've got Motta against Nolan. We've got the stats on screen as well. Kick coming in there by Nolan. And again, this should be a really fun fight. These two are going to go at each other. Nolan is in green, Motta in white. The expectation is that Nolan should be able to get this done. Minty bets saying first round as well. Kick coming into the body there by Nolan. Kick coming back there by Motta. Kick coming back by Nolan as Motta is on the outsides. Kick coming into the body there by Motta. That looked really good. Couple of shots coming in upstairs there by Motta as Nolan continues moving forwards. Kick coming into the body. Oh, Nolan goes down. Motta catches Nolan. Big shots raining down here. Referee having a look. I think he's going to stop it. Wow. Motta catches Nolan. Keeps smashing him, and the ref has stopped it. It is a first round finish, but not for the person that was expected. Motta 1-2 in the UFC. Big questions about his chin. He manages to catch Nolan. Nolan goes down, and then he just rains down these shots. So it was, look at that. It was a beautiful 1-2. So he catches him with the left, and then the right comes in. bang, bang, down goes Nolan, and then he just rains down this ground and pound. Now, Nolan was kind of... he was trying to cover up, but it just all got too much for him. I don't think he could find a way out of this barrage. And there we go. A big upset. Let's have a look, see what the community thought was going to happen. So 71% of people thought that Nolan was going to get the victory in that. And yeah, I completely agree. I was also on Nolan on that. I think a lot of people were on Nolan on that. He was a minus 290 favorite. He was undefeated, 6-0. You do have to be careful when these people are making their UFC debuts. You know, someone being 6-0, making their UFC debut, you better be pretty special if you're coming into the UFC with like 6-0. And you're making your UFC debut, you know, and you're such a heavy favorite. Like, you better be somewhat special. So yeah, wow, a big upset in our second fight there. So Nolan against Motta. Nolan was the pick, but Motta gets the victory. Jamie said it must be heartbreaking losing when you are unbeaten. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would imagine it's a bit of a blessing and a curse. It depends when it happens. I mean, if it happens quite early in your career, then that's not something you have to worry about. I always wonder, like Khabib, when he goes into his fights, is it extra pressure because he's never been beaten? You know, a lot of people say you're the GOAT, you're the greatest, no one can beat you. I don't think anyone can beat you because no one has beaten you. Is that an extra pressure? I would imagine it is, you know. Same with Floyd. I bet Floyd had... some people carry it really well, though, you know. But I would imagine that there's an extra pressure there. If you're a fighter and you lose that and you lose it relatively early, just like Nolan has, you know, he's been beaten now at the age of 23. That's maybe an extra pressure he doesn't have to carry with him now going forward. So it's definitely going to sting. You are absolutely right. Definitely. There's no real positive way of putting it. But if I was to talk to him, I would say, listen, this is probably the best way you can look at it. You know, if you went your career unbeaten, you would have that little extra pressure of your may go, and that, you know, it's going to mean so much more. Whereas if you've been beaten before, I don't think it's going to mean quite as much if you lose again. But that is amazing by Motta. Lightweight is the most exciting division. That is a great win for Motta, says Terence McKinney. So he's being interviewed right now with Bisping, and actually that first round stoppage has come at a great time because we've only got 4 minutes till we go over to the prelims. So that's actually worked out pretty well for UFC there. We can now get in the interview, get a few final thoughts, and then comfortably throw over to the prelims. Nolan is so defensively irresponsible, said A. Jobson. Joseph said there was some back of the head shots in there though. Tom said my win streak started so well and then it got killed just like Nolan. Days, it's going to be a great fight night, said Finley. Well, it's off to a great start. We had a pretty fun first fight. Second round was really exciting, and now we've just had a first round finish, so we're not messing around tonight. We've got 9 fights left to go tonight, and as we said, no messing around. If you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We don't really have an expectation for fight nights. We always try to get to 1,000 for pay-per-views. But yeah, likes are still appreciated on any and all streams and videos. So if you haven't left a like, leave a like, as we are heading our way now towards the prelims. These ones should be on TV. These are the ones that should be on, like... ESPN and TNT Sports and things along those lines. Right, so Westin Wilson is going to be coming up next. He is a karate black belt. He is also 0-1 in the UFC. He's going to be taking on Silva, 8 first-round finishes. Apparently Silva said, can you tell the audience don't blink, because I'm going to do some big stuff tonight. So some big words there from Silva. Silva is going to be taking on Westin Wilson. That's going to be our next fight. We do need to have a look at Tapology as well. Wilson versus Silva. Let's move that over there. Lovely. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. Who do you think the champs will be at the end of 2024? What about Chimaev and Yadong? I think that's really, really difficult to say because you've got so many emerging contenders. You've got a lot of new champions as well. I think this is one of the hardest years to actually predict that, because if you go down the list of champions, as we said, you know, you've got Sean Strickland, you've got Leon Edwards. We don't have like Shevchenko and Amanda Nunes. We have got no Figueiredo, no Brandon Moreno as champ. Like, you know, there's just new champs. Like outside of Volkanovski, even John Jones has only fought once. Like, you know, so to win the title against Cyril Gane. So even heavyweight, you know, and light heavyweight keeps changing around. As we said, Leon, Sean, like Sean O'Malley as well. He's not been champ very long. So I think what's difficult is, you know, in the past you could have had a bit of confidence if you had like Usman or, you know, some along those lines, you know, Shevchenko, Nunes. You could definitely look at those names and you could be like, I feel pretty good. I can't see anyone in the division that's going to get past them. Like, you could have some confidence. I feel like Islam's probably going to be champ. I feel like Volk, I don't know about Volk. I don't know what his plans are going to be. He, I think, may start looking to move up. But Islam feels pretty good, like he's going to be champ. So I feel good about that one. But yeah, Leon, I feel, is an interesting one. There's some interesting challenges coming in. As you said, you've got Chimaev that's around. Duplessis, I think, is really interesting for Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland just seems to have gone to a different level now, which is kind of, but I think Duplessis can get past him. I think I'm leaning Duplessis against Strickland. And then you've got Duplessis against Adesanya. And I think that's going to be really interesting because Adesanya definitely has got... I think Adesanya has definitely got the experience to get his title back. But Adesanya has shown that he can be beaten on any given day. You know, he's lost to Pereira. He's lost to Sean Strickland. It kind of feels like Adesanya is vulnerable. He is beatable. So it's very hard to have confidence in him getting his title back. So I think I'd be looking at Makhachev. I think I'm looking at Duplessis. I'd be looking at... I think Zhang is probably going to keep that belt. I think she'll get Yan Jinan. Heavyweight division is interesting because how many times is John Jones going to fight? I mean, I can see us doing John Stipe, but will he surrender after that? Will he give it up? I don't know what his plans are going to be, you know? He may do the fight with Stipe and then call it quits. I don't know that John is going to be interested in the Aspinall fight. So heavyweight is really confusing because you have got Tom Aspinall right there. But I don't know what John Jones is going to do. I expect him to fight Stipe later this year, and I think that might be it for him. So I think John Jones will get past Stipe. So I'm going to say John Jones will still be heavyweight champion by the end of the year. I don't think he'll fight Aspinall this year. So Aspinall is probably going to have to find another opponent for this year. He's going to have another fight against someone else this year. And I don't think he wants to do that, to be honest. I don't think that's something... He feels quite slighted that he's got to do that. He feels like he should be next for John Jones. But I can sort of understand UFC, what they're saying, because the Stipe fight was announced in advance, you know? So I can understand that being the case that that they want to go in that direction. But I think the most difficult fight for any fighter coming out of Dana White's Contender Series is the debut. Even several with good or decent records in the UFC have come up short or flat or not looked good on their debuts. Nolan has got a good frame for this division, and it shouldn't take long to find Motta's chin to put him out. It's funny to hear Motta call Ogden a boring fighter, even though that may be true. They're just talking to Johnny Walker right now, asking him about the frustration. Alec Pereira being light heavyweight champion, that's a real interesting one, isn't it? That is a real interesting one as to whether he can remain as champion. I feel like we do need to have some champions that kind of put in a bit of work now, that because we've had such change. We've had a lot of change. I like the look of Albazi down in flyweight. He could be a very, very interesting opponent for Pantoja. Sean O'Malley, I think, probably is going to stay champion. I think he gets past Marlon Vera. Song Yadong has got Yarn next. He's going to have to get past Peter Yarn. And I just don't know what's happening with Yarn. Yarn, he felt to me like someone that was going to be champion for a long time. He really felt like someone that was going to be champ for a long time. He is now on a 3-fight losing streak. I mean, is he just washed? Is he just done at the age of 30? Has it all caught up with him? How has he gone from feeling like this absolute beast, this absolute unstoppable force, beating the likes of Jose Aldo, Uriah Faber, you know, winning against Aljamain Sterling and then throwing it away with that illegal knee? I mean, up until that moment, he was winning. And that's what made the loss so disappointing. He then has a loss. He has a win against Corey Sandhagen. And then really it's that loss to Aljamain Sterling, which was split decision. And then he lost to Sean O'Malley, which was split decision. So they're close. You know, they are close, these fights. But you can't escape the fact that it's 3 losses in a row. So is Song Yadong going to be able to get past Yarn? Surely Yarn is going to put everything into this. That is going to be a hell of a fight, man. If Yadong doesn't get past Yarn, Yadong is not going to be fighting for a title this year. He's got to get past Peter Yarn. So I've got my concerns about Song Yadong. I'd love to see him do it, but I don't know. I think O'Malley's looking pretty good in the bantamweight division. Volkanovski's looking good in featherweight, and we've got Islam Makhachev. I think is looking pretty good in lightweight division. Leon Edwards. I'm really interested in the Bilal Muhammad fight. I think that could be a real challenge for Leon. I think that could be a real challenge. But Bilal's currently ranked second. They did face before, and of course there was the eye poke. So that's the fight that I'm really interested in seeing, Bilal Muhammad against Leon Edwards. See if he can overcome that. Sean Strickland, I'm just not sold on. I really like him, but I'm not sold on him being champ by the end of the year. I think Duplessis is going to get the victory there. Pereira, I think, might stay champ for the year. John Jones, I think, will only fight once this year. And, of course, Thug Rose is going to be champion in whatever weight division she wants to compete at. She'll be champion all of the weight divisions. We should see Thug Rose, shouldn't we? I don't know if she's got a fight lined up. Has she got a fight lined up? I'm trying to have a look, actually, see where she is in the rankings at the moment. She is... Is she in the rankings? How is she not in any of the rankings? I mean, in all fairness, it has been a hot minute since we've seen her. Yeah, I don't think she's ranked at the moment. I don't know. I don't know what the plans are for Thug Rose this year. Yeah, we've got a very slow walk. Very slow. Look at this. Like the Undertaker making his way down to the flipping octagon. I feel like I'm on a battlefield. So we've got a very interesting ring walk right now. So, yeah, in regards to this one, Wilson is... So, Silva is minus 800 favorite. He is expected to get the victory here. This walk is mental, though. He's just staring at the camera. He's taking every second he can. I like it. It makes him stand out. It's very professional wrestling. The music's really strange as well. Bisping said this guy might have an elevated opinion of himself. Love it. Love it. Love to see someone doing something different. You've got like this screeching kind of noise, this like a little drone in the background as well. It's very different. Very, very different. And he very slowly makes his way down to the octagon. I really like what I'm seeing here. I like a bit of showmanship. Eight fights win streak. I mean, listen, as long as he can back it up. 8-fight win streak. He's finished 10 of 11 wins. I wonder if they're going to have to put in a new protocol to hurry people into the octagon. He's hugging all of his team. Silva is from Fighting Nerds. He's going to be winning, said Joseph. If Westin Wilson wins, I will tell you if this shirt is cursed or not. Well, Westin Wilson is 0-1 in the UFC. He's a karate black belt. His striking isn't really where it should be. He's going to have a big height advantage, and there's big questions as to whether his UFC caliber. He's very hittable. He's okay on the ground. He's got some good chokes, and he can be quite aggressive. But he's taking on Silva, making his UFC debut, definitely grabbing attention right now. I can see this person being all over social media, slowly climbing up the steps. He hasn't even stepped inside the octagon yet. He's looking. You can just tell everyone around him is like, come on, mate. That is quite the performance. Imagine if he just gets spark knocked out now around. It's like he was talking to the gods, channeling the gods, asking permission as to whether he was allowed to enter the octagon, seeking guidance from Jonah, the shepherd of the netherworld. All of that kind of stuff. And now he gets spark knocked out round one. I would absolutely love that. But here comes Westin Wilson. James said there's a fine line between showmanship and arrogance. That is true. That is very, very true. I think finding that line is tricky. I think that... I think that he's come down. I think he will have made an impact. I think he'll divide opinion. I love seeing something different. It feels very pro wrestling. And if this guy goes in there and bodies Westin Wilson now, that entrance will become more acceptable. It'll become more palatable. Undertaker could take as long as he wants to get to the ring because of what he had achieved and how iconic he was. This guy is going to have to back that entrance up. If he can do it, then he could go on to be a massive, massive star. A massive star. Because he's doing something different. He's grabbing attention. He's getting people talking. And that is worth its weight in gold. He's got to back it up, though. He's got to back it up. That makes me more excited for this fight, to be honest. So, making his way down to the octagon. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Minus 900 favorite. I mean, I suppose it's easy to be arrogant if you come in as a minus 900 favorite. He steps forward. He's in the middle of the octagon, staring over at Westin Wilson. Wilson with a smile on his face. Never seen stuff like that before. Absolutely brilliant way to kickstart the year. So Westin Wilson then, fighting out of Simpsonville, is a plus 600 underdog. Smile on his face. Fighting Nerds is an upcoming gym. It's full of killers. Bolanos had Greta debut comeback. Baralio is great, said Joseph. Look at this. We've got no pictures on screen of these fighters. Took so long to get that entrance in that they took the pictures down. Okay, here we go then. About to get underway with fight number 3, and both coming forward. Silva comes forward to touch gloves. Wilson was not interested. So we are underway. Wilson standing his ground in the center. Silva circling rounds. Don't know how I feel about him after all of that coming forward and wanting to touch gloves. Unless it was a trap. If it was a trap, that would have been amazing. If that had been a trap. So as soon as he touched gloves, bang, he just smacked him. Wilson, again, backing up as Silva throws in a kick. Wilson grabs the leg. Wilson, again, standing in the middle. Silva said, don't blink. He's going to have to get a finish in this fight. You know, minus 900 favorite. Such a big theatrical entrance saying don't blink. If this goes to decision, that ain't going to be a good look for him. Oh, lovely hook shot there as Wilson came forward by Silva. Down went Wilson. Wilson, again, on the outside, coming forward. Head kick, falls short. Silva edging forward, having a little look. Hook shot there by Wilson. Silva bouncing around. So, again, coming forward, putting some pressure on as Wilson is over by the cage. So, Wilson by the cage and shot coming in. Oh, I think Wilson was looking for a takedown there, but he didn't quite execute it well enough. And now he's on his back. Silva on top of him, but Silva gets off. That allows Wilson to get right back up to his feet. So right now, Silva with a hook shot. Wilson backed up against the cage. Couple of shots coming in there by Wilson. Silva in the middle. Keeping his hands up. Couple of shots going straight down the middle there by Wilson. Silva moving forwards. Wilson backing up a little bit. Silva again. Kick coming in there by Silva. And Wilson again backing up. Silva having a little look at the moment. Oh, another hook shot. Wilson keeps coming forward and just getting caught with those hooks. So as he moves in, bang, hook shot comes in. And he's been caught with it a couple of times already in the first couple of minutes of this fight. Right now, you would say that, Wilson goes down again. You'd say that Silva is winning this round. So, Wilson back up on his feet. And Silva trying to find a way forward. Another hook shot. Hook and then a straight right. Wilson goes back over to the other side. These shots coming in by Silva, they're just too much. They're too much. Wilson can't cope. He's getting caught with these hooks. He's got no defense here. There's nothing to stop these strikes. He's just getting clipped. Wilson goes down again. He gets right back up to his feet. Oh, another big shot there by Silva. Silva, I think, can just land on this guy all day long. Wilson, though, trying to grab the leg, trying to get Silva down. And he couldn't keep him down, unfortunately. The fight goes back up to the feet. Silva having a little look as Wilson again goes for the leg. No joy. Wilson getting right back up to his feet. Silva coming over. Jab coming in there. Hook shot. Referee was slightly in the way. Oh, my God. Big right hand. That was a big moment. Referee right in. He's having a look. Wilson survives. Oh, another knee by Silva. One-way traffic, man. Referee has seen enough. 48 seconds left on the clock. And it's a win for Silva. But to be honest, I don't know if that's an indication that Silva is as good as what he thinks he is. Or if it's more an indication that Wilson is not as good as what he thinks he is. It's probably the truth is in the middle somewhere. It's probably a little bit of both. I don't think that Silva is as good as what his entrance would have you believe. But you can't really be down on him getting a first round finish and him absolutely mauling his opponent. I mean, you can only beat what's in front of you. And that's what he's gone and done. I had to check my stream wasn't lagging, says A. Jobson. It's snowing in Vegas, said John. So a 9-fight win streak now for Silva. So we're going to hear from Silva. First round finish for him. Wilson looked really slow, said Callum. He didn't look good at all, did he, bud? He really did not look good. He looked like Bambi on ice at times. He really did look very uncomfortable in there. Very, very uncomfortable. So we are at commercial break right now. That is our first fight done on the prelims. We've got our next fight coming up, which I think has just presented itself to us. It's going to be Basharat taking on Lapilus. Basharat should be a fun fight. This Basharat has really got a lot of people's attention. So this is going to be our second fight on the prelims. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We don't have a number that we're trying to achieve, but it's just always appreciated. Basharat, big prospect, 2-0 in the UFC. Oh, hello, look at him with his black glasses on, and he's got like a little white thing in the middle. Anything else? Bisping says anything else. Man, I don't think this guy has got all the sandwiches in his picnic. I don't know that this guy is playing with a full deck of cards.
Okay, you're going to give us a demonstration.
He's going to give us a demonstration.
This is the first. Yeah, we saw it. We saw it in the fight. It was beautiful. Well done. We trained it.
So he says that we trained for that. And he did a quick demonstration of the body shots that he was landing on his trainer. He's put in the glasses on the translator. I don't think there's any lenses in those glasses. I think they're just frames. We planned this. Oh, man. Nobody will ever be able to stand with me. Bisping said, you've got big power. I expect big things from you. Oh, man, he's giving out a few hosses as well. This guy thinks that he's barbarian. He thinks he's berserker. That is That is quite the statement. They say maximize your minutes. He definitely did that. He's definitely going to divide opinion. He's now putting the glasses on some, I don't know, woman. I don't know what she does. Amazing. Well, there we go. That will not be to everyone's taste. Another loss on Tapology, said William. Squirrels are very smart. I will give them that. But man, oh man, they don't know about UFC or predicting the future, William. That is true. Squirrels are lacking in that department. A. Jobson said, Wilson looks like he's been fighting in slow motion all round. Did this guy even have a training camp? Well, you know, Norton won coming into this. 34 years old. He had a record of 10-8. He was coming in at like a plus 600 underdog. Silva was minus 900 favorite. I mean, he was not expected to be competitive in this, to be honest. So he lived up to that. So God bless him, he lived up to that expectation. But yeah, just I don't think this guy is UFC caliber. I mean, I really don't know what you do with him. He's just lost his second fight against someone making their debut that has come in from Dana White's Contender Series. So it's not a good look, is it, for Westin Wilson? So I'm not sure where he's going to go from here. But yeah, that was our first fight done on the prelims. Second fight coming up is going to be Farid Basharat. Basharat is a big prospect, undefeated, 11-0, well-rounded, good footwork. He's tall, is effective, targets the body with hook shots, doubles up on his jab. He's got good range control. He can wrestle, he can strike. He's got a stiff jab. His striking, his durability, they could do with a bit more work, if we're being honest. He's got good calf kicks though, but he can strike, he can wrestle. He's got a good jab to him. Like, there's definitely lots of positives for Basharat, but there's also areas that can be improved. He's got a slick ground game, good grappling, high output as well. 2-0 in the UFC. 84% of people on Tapology have gone with Basharat to pick up the victory here. He's taken on Taylor Lapilus. Lapilus is 4-1 in the UFC. This is his second run with the UFC. He's a southpaw. Does his best work on his feet. He does have some Brazilian jiu-jitsu though. Uses feints well. He's got an excellent takedown defense. He's a former boxer. He's never been knocked out or submitted, and this could be a really fun close fight. So very much looking forward to this between Basharat and Lapilus. This is going to be our next fight in the bantamweight division. And as we said, Basharat undefeated, areas to improve, but he is really, really strong. And Lapilus coming in as a plus 205 underdog, 4-1 in his second run. He has definitely started to put things together, and it's going to be a good little fight. So this is going to be our next fight. But biggest prospect on this card, I think, is Basharat. That's definitely the one that you see a lot of people talking about, a lot of excitement around. So that's going to make this next fight quite interesting. But he is a character in UFC. They more unwelcome. Yes, that's true. Yeah, he is a character, Silva, and having more characters in UFC is a welcome thing. I completely agree with that. William said, I was hoping Westin would be Rain Man of UFC. Maybe next fights it'll click for him. Westin Wilson, maybe, I don't know, at the age of 34 and after putting in a performance like we just saw, I'm not too hopeful for the future for him, unfortunately. Westin Wilson against Rick Davis for the BMF title. Someone's got to rematch Rick Davis, said A. Jobson. Imagine that, the BMF title on the line. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, to be honest, I think that we'll just put him up against some next Dana White Contender Series people as they're making their debuts. If he wins, he wins. If he loses, he loses. A couple more losses and he'll be gone, won't he? So I don't think we need to worry about Westin Wilson too much going forwards. But yeah, they are just talking about some of the fights that we've had so far. Obviously, we've had some early finishes, so there actually hasn't been loads of action for us to be talking about. There's not loads of stuff for us to be getting our teeth into at the moment, because we've had a lot of quick finishes. 2 first round finishes. The very first fight ended in the second round. I do think Basharat against Lapilus could go a little bit longer though. Definitely think that's got a little bit more to it. Also coming up, we've got McGhee against Bolanos. We got Semmelsberger taking on Parsons. We got Andre Arlovski, and we've not even spoken about Andre Arlovski tonight. Andre Arlovski is going to be in action. He's taking on Cortes-Acosta. Arlovski is a plus 430 underdog. He, of course, is the former heavyweight champion. He has got a record of 23 wins and 16 losses in the UFC. He has lost his last 2 fights. There are a lot of people thinking that if he loses tonight, then he could be done with the UFC, and that would be, I mean, absolutely crazy. This is a guy that made his debut in the UFC at UFC 28. Think about that. He debuted at UFC 28. He got a first round finish. That was in the year 2000. It's kind of crazy, actually, that between 93 and the year 2000, we managed to only do 28 shows. But we did 28 shows. So UFC 28 was in the year 2000. Obviously, we're sneaking up to the UFC 300 now. So, yeah, he has been UFC 28, UFC 32, UFC 36, UFC 40, UFC 44, UFC 47, UFC 51, UFC 53, UFC 55, UFC 59, UFC 61, UFC 66, UFC 70, UFC 82. He then went away for a bit from UFC, came back, was working a lot of fight nights. His next pay-per-view card was UFC 174. Then he did 187. Then he did 191. Then he did 195. Then he was doing 222. Amongst with fight nights as well. 225, 232, 244, 271. And here he is now, fighting tonight. He has lost his last 2. Before that, though, he had won 4 in a row. So he had won 4 in a row. He won twice in 2021 and twice in 2022. But his last 2 are stoppage finishes. There are people thinking that if he loses tonight against Cortes-Acosta, and he is expected to lose, that we could see him retiring. That would be incredible to see, like, this legend walk away. I do think that the UFC don't do a good enough job of saying goodbye to, like, legends in their last fights. Like, normally people they just kind of fight till the wheels fall off, until they've gone on a bit of a losing streak, like we're seeing with Tony Ferguson, you know? They kind of run themselves into the ground, and then they just sort of put their gloves down. We applaud them, and off they go. Like, I feel like we could definitely do something bigger and better as a way to celebrate in some of these people. Andre Arlovski deserves celebrating. If you've had nearly 40 fights, I think actually he's had over 40 fights in the UFC, but 40 fights, either wins or losses. 23 UFC wins, 16 losses. 2 of them come in recently in the past, like, 12 months or so. He is someone that trains at American Top Team, is got technical striking but very low volume, lacks submission, stays on the outside, tries to avoid big shots, throws leg kicks, doesn't have much knockout power, and as we said, it's a big question as to whether he will retire. So he is on the show tonight. I think he's opening the main card, so we will be able to see him in about an hour and a half, I believe. So an hour and a half away from seeing Andrei Arlovski and seeing if he can win and if he'll walk away. But this is a guy, as we said, that made his debut at UFC 28, which is insane. Insane. But he's not alone. I mean, obviously, we've got Jim Miller, who is in the co-main event. You know, Jim Miller is someone that's got the record for like the most fights in UFC history. He's got the most wins and the most wins in lightweights as well. Jim Miller is someone that made his debut in UFC later than Andrei Arlovski, but still at UFC 89. Still a long, long time ago, going back to 2008 for Jim Miller. But he has been, I believe, ever present in the UFC throughout that time, whereas Arlovski did step away for a bit. Jim Miller has been ever present. And, you know, there's not a bad run for Miller, to be honest, because his last 5 fights, he is 4-1 in his last 5. So he's coming off a win. Before that, he did have a loss, but before that, he was on a 3-fight win streak. So 4-1 in his last 5 for Jim Miller. And Jim Miller, as we said, most wins or most fights in the UFC, most wins in the lightweight division. Has he got most wins overall? He might even have most wins overall, actually. So, again, we're going to be seeing him. He's at co-main event tonight. So, it's a Rise of the Boomers. That's what this card should be called. Rise of the Boomers. Let Silva fight in Saudi Arabia just for the walkout aspect, says A. Jobson. They'd love it over there. They love WWE. Saudi Arabia give WWE quite a bit of money. So there is an appreciation for that kind of showmanship, you know. I think people just love that kind of showmanship anyway. I mean, look at the success of Muhammad Ali. Look at the success of Conor. People love that kind of showmanship. So if this guy can continue to back it up, I wish him all the best, because he really is getting people talking. And I can definitely see that being a case of people online kind of being split about him, you know. We're just seeing Charlie Arnold, formerly Charlie Caruso of WWE. We are making our way to our next fight now, as we've got the ring walk. This probably won't take as long as what we saw with Silva. But here comes Lapilus fighting out of Saint Denis, Paris. One of 2 active French bantamweights. So Lapilus making his way down to the octagon. I am in so much pain. Trini, are you okay? I shifted my L4, L5 vertebrae. The hell's that? I mean, that doesn't sound good. How do you do that? How do you accidentally shift your L4, L5 vertebrae? It's now compressing a nerve. Oh. Dude, I don't know what you do with that. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? Painkillers? Is that what you're on? That sounds awful. I am looking for a distraction. Well, welcome to the UFC stream. We are about to go over to Basharat and Lapilus, so don't even think about your vertebrae. It's not important, right? Because Lapilus is on a 6-fight win streak. He's got 7 first-round finishes, right? He's coming in. This is going to be fun. Basharat is one of the hottest young prospects. Forget about vertebrae, yeah? It's just not even hurting. That's a figment of your imagination. your body is just telling you this should hurt, right? It doesn't really hurt. You'll be fine. Lie upside down on your couch, then slowly slip. What's William? I don't know the rest of that comment. Backwards with your feet going up the wall. Is that actual advice, William, or is that some kink that you've got? William Trini said, slowly run a bath and take all your clothes off, get inside the bath, set up a video camera. And he says, you'll feel a lot better if you send him the tape. So that's William's advice. Right, here's Basharat making his way down. I literally just turned badly and it happened. Oh my God, you must be so old. You must be so old if you just turned and that was enough for your vertebrae to just jump out of where they should be. Trini, I did not realize that you were in your 70s, Flower. God bless you. I can confirm William will still take that videotape. So every cloud, every cloud. He's not fussy. If anything, I think he'll enjoy it more. So, God bless you. Hayden said, I've got Basharat by decision. Days, boob enlargement. Trini is addicted to bigger boobs. Is that what's done it? Just endless boob enlargements. Well, you know, these things are going to catch up with you, Trini. These things are going to catch up with you. I would say that it's probably worth it. I would say that it's probably been a good investment. And if you've got to take a little bit of pain now, so be it. So be it. You're taking one for the team. God bless you. You're a soldier. Right, Lapilus has got a 2-inch reach advantage, but he is also 5 years older because he is a boomer. You're a punk, Days, says Trini. Trini, you're in my thoughts. I'm going to put that down to the pain. Yeah, any abusive language that you put in the chat, I will just put it down to the pain. So, Lapilus, plus 225 underdog fighting out of Paris. Maka said, Days, since when did Charlie Caruso do interviews for UFC? She has been doing it a long time. I think pretty much since she left WWE. I think UFC picked her up. And it's difficult because Megan Levy is like the goddess of UFC and she rules with an iron fist, very much how like Trini does in this community. Megan Levy does the exact same in UFC and you don't want to get on the wrong side of her. So Charlie's opportunities are few and far between, but she's been there in the shadows. And do you know what? She'll stay in the shadows because that is exactly, this is Megan Levy's world. Yeah. We play by her rules. Right, here we go then. About to get underway with fight number 4. Days, you say that about William, but we all know it's something he would actually say. That is true. And I know that because he DM'd me. Looking for a video. Right, here we go. We've got Basharat throwing in a kick to the body there as Lapilus continues to try and move forward. Basharat on the outsides. Oblique kick coming in there by Basharat. Basharat's backing up a little bit. This should be a fun, competitive fight. Both of these guys are bringing some real skill, but Basharat is definitely the pick. Basharat again on the outside. Kick coming in there by Lapilus. Kick coming back there by Basharat. Oh, love that axe kick. Beautiful. Kind of went round and then down. But he really couldn't land it, but it was very inventive. We've got Lapilus trying to come forward with a jab. Inside leg kick there by Basharat. Outside leg kick. We're seeing a lot of volume. Basharat is working away here. So still on the outside, bouncing around. We got Lapilus in the center as switching of stance, outside leg kick there by Basharat. Kick coming down the middle, grabs the single leg, looking to try and get Lapilus down. He drives him over against the side of the cage, takes him down, gets round the back. Lapilus gets back up to his feet, goes over by the side of the cage. It's lovely to have some action to actually talk about. We've been streaming for an hour and 42 minutes, and we've had 2 first round finishes and a fight that ended in the second round, so it's nice to actually see a real fight here. Granted, we're still in the early stages, but Basharat trying to drag Lapilus down. Lapilus, though, remaining on his feet. He's over against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Basharat. And again, Lapilus throwing a knee strike back as Basharat trying to get round the back. So Lapilus on his feet over by the cage. Basharat round the back of Lapilus. Lapilus trying to break the hold here of Basharat. Basharat grabbing the leg. Lapilus on 1 foot at the moment, hopping around. It's Basharat that ends up going down. Lapilus has managed to stuff 5 out of 5 takedowns, apparently. And both guys are on their feet right now. In the center, Lapilus doing an absolutely incredible job of not being taken down there. I feel like he did go down at one point, but I don't think he was down long enough for it to have counted. Outside leg kick there by Basharat as Lapilus continues to edge forwards. Basharat again having a little look, seeing if he can find an opening. Here's the one that's been asking the questions, goes for a head kick. Basharat again on the outside, circling round, regrouping as Lapilus stands his ground in the middle. We got less than 2 minutes to go. Basharat's having a little look, trying to find a different angle. Shot comes in by Lapilus. It's countered by Basharat. Outside leg kick there by Basharat. Basharat definitely winning the rounds. And he's managed to grab Lapilus, drives him over against the side of the cage. Lapilus did go down, but was immediately back up on his feet. And I don't know that that's going to count. I don't know that that's going to count. Even though he did manage to get him down, he couldn't keep him down. And I think that might be another example of another takedown that's been stuffed. We're now at 7 attempted takedowns and no successful takedowns for Basharat right now. Basharat with another oblique kick coming in. Lapilus again having a little look. You can see Lapilus looks a bit tired. He definitely is feeling the effects of this constant barrage from Basharat. Basharat has thrown 40 shots, landed 18, gone for 7 takedowns, not managed to get any of them. He's managed to get 1 minute and 14 control time. I mean, it really has been over 4 minutes of just constant output and constant questions being asked by Basharat. Lapilus, though, has managed to respond to most of those. But right now, he just doesn't really quite know what to do. He's standing in the middle, and he's just a bit of a punching bag. He gets driven back against the side of the cage. Elbow coming in there by Lapilus. Lapilus having to find answers rather than questions, whereas Basharat has just been asking 4 or 5 minutes of questions. He's managed to tie up the legs here, Basharat. Shot coming into the side of the body. And end of the round, a really fun round. Really fun round. So, good round there for both guys. I mean, I thought that it was a really fun round. Basharat definitely winning it. Hayden says, come on, Basharat. This fight is definitely making me feel better. At least it's not me being hit like a crash test dummy. That is true. That is true. Although I would say they've got real problems, unlike your fake problems. Yeah. That's another way you could think about it. William said, it's a great way to hide our horns. Who has ever pulled down someone's pants, looked at their butthole to see if they were good or bad, says William. William, shout out to you. A. Jobson said, Lapilus is got a great takedown defense. Right, here we go then. Round number 2. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. we're not really aiming for anything. I think maybe 250. Maybe we could aim for that. I don't know. Maybe 150. Perhaps we need 5 more. That'll do. Right, here we go. Round number 2. Kick coming in there by Lapilus. Jab coming in as well. Basharat standing his ground in the center. Basharat in black. Lapilus in blue. And again, we've got a shot going straight down the middle there by Lapilus. Basharat staying on the outside, circling round. Inside leg kick coming in there by Basharat. Basharat trying to go upstairs as well. Shot straight down the middle by Lapilus. And again, we've got Basharat circling rounds. Kick coming into the body there by Lapilus. And a bit of wrist control as well. You don't tend to see that as they're both standing and striking. But right now, Basharat grabbing Lapilus, driving him back against the cage. Big explosive movement there by Basharat. Kevin said, Fern first. I'm going to give it 10-9 to Basharat. Aaron Bronstetter says 10-9 Basharat. Mike Heck says 10-9 Basharat, but man, this is fun. Outside leg kick there by Basharat as well. Lapilus again, throwing in a jab, having a little look, trying to work out a way forwards. It just takes Lapilus a little bit too long to figure out a plan or to like actually commit to something. By the time he's figuring it out, Basharat is already coming forward with leg kicks, outside leg kicks, inside leg kicks, throwing some jabs, making some movements. Jab coming in, kick coming in there by Lapilus. Switching of stances by Basharat. Spinning back fist by Basharat. Jab coming in there by Lapilus. We've got Basharat in the middle. Kick coming in there by Basharat. Shot coming back by Lapilus. April 13th at the T-Mobile Arena. UFC 300. Bit of a shame that it's at the T-Mobile Arena. I feel like that's an arena we've been to quite a few times. Could have been really fun if we'd have done it somewhere else, like the Sphere or something like that. That could have been interesting. I think they are looking to go to the Sphere. The Sphere is a venue they're looking to do a show on this year, but I don't think they've announced what show yet. Lapilus has been dragged down. Basharat is on top of him at the moment. I have abused my 15 minutes of fame. Days is now done reading my comments. I've wasted my fame on inverted horns, says William. That is true. Trini said, I saw there's a message from you, wifey, but haven't opened it. I've been busy feeling sorry for myself. Oh, hello. Bit of flirting going on. I'm loving that. Knee strike coming in there by Lapilus. Lapilus again looking to throw that left hand. Jab coming in there by Lapilus. We got Basharat. Outside leg kick. Doubling up on the jabs by Lapilus. Outside leg kick by Basharat. Kick coming into the body. Outside leg kick again there by Basharat. Tell you what, we're cooking. We're cooking. The numbers are bang on close though. 27-27. Lapilus is the one that's coming forward now. So I don't know if Basharat is maybe starting to tire himself. He's trying to grab Lapilus, drive him back against the cage, looking for a takedown, and he manages to secure it. Ties up the legs again. So Lapilus is down. We are now starting to get some takedowns for Basharat. He's tried 12 times, 13 times. He's managed to get 3. But here is one at the moment that he's been successful on. He's managed to get Lapilus down. We're over by the side of the cage. It's all well and good getting your opponent down, but you've got to do something with it. Clock is ticking away. We've got an hour and 9 minutes left. And then we will be going over to the main card for this week's UFC. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Basharat. Lapilus is down at the moment. Basharat chest to chest is on top of Lapilus. Lapilus is having a little look over to the side. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Basharat. 2 minutes for ground control time by Basharat. 13 seconds to go, and this is going to be enough, I would think, to give him this round, but much closer round. We could probably do with just having a look at the round-by-round stats, seeing what the numbers were for round 2. You can get that from the UFC website. Well, there we go. That's the end of round number 2. Let's go here and let's go round 2. So round 2 information is just coming through. It was 18-12 in favor of Lapilus, but there was 2 takedowns by Basharat, and I don't know, man. I mean, this is where it gets really difficult with MMA scoring, because the one guy managed to get 6 more significant strikes, but the other guy got 2 takedowns, and he got a bit of control time. But then you have to ask the question, what did he do with that? And I don't know that he did a great deal. But then how does that relate to or correspond to 6 significant strikes? So very difficult. I would love to know, who do you think's winning this one so far? Have you got it 1-1 or have you got it 2-0 to Basharat? I think those are the options. I think it's either 1-1 or it's 2-0. Trini said, the hubby is on duty today with our president. I've not been able to talk to him, but you guys make me feel so much better. You're welcome. We are so good. Me in particular, amazing, absolutely amazing. You are very welcome. Did you say your hubby is with the president? Are you sure that's real life and you're not dreaming that? Are you sure you haven't just watched a film? Jab coming in there by Basharat. This is where Trini reveals her husband's actually an assassin. And we're going to be reading about a coup later on tonight. Jab coming in there by Lapilus. So we are underway with round number 3. Final round. This one giving us lots of action. Lots for us to get our teeth into. Hayden said Basharat round. Callum said Basharat round. Sunny said she's going to Timmy's. We've got a travel ban here. We can't go anywhere, says A. Jobson. Shot coming in. Hook shot there by Basharat. Basharat again in the center. So the second round stats show that actually Lapilus managed to land 6 significant strikes more. Basharat has driven Lapilus up against the side of the cage. I think if I was Basharat, I'd be going into this round with the mentality that it is 1-1. And then seeing, like, you know, got to get this round. He's managed to get Lapilus up against the cage. Managed to get him taken down to the ground. So right now, Lapilus is in a seated position. Basharat is keeping him there. And so far in this round, significant strikes, 11-6 in favor of Basharat. Basharat definitely taking this round at the moment, dragging Lapilus to the center of the octagon. But Lapilus finds a way of scrambling back over to the side of the cage. Manages to get back up to his feet as Basharat is all over him at the moment. These two breaking apart. Kick coming into the body there by Basharat. Basharat again in the middle. Feels like he is going to win this 2-1 by decision if nothing changes. But Lapilus landing a big shot there. Outside leg kick though by Basharat. Lapilus has really played his part in this fight. Gotta give him credit. Kick coming in there by Basharat and he pushes Lapilus back. High kick coming in there by Basharat, looking for a takedown, but Lapilus managing to defend it. Lapilus down in a seated position as Basharat is keeping him grounded. And again, he's managed to get into side control. Good work here by Basharat. He's managed to get him down and he's keeping him down. And elbow strike coming in there by Basharat. Shot coming into the side of the head. So, yeah, side control at the moment. Good work this by Basharat. Lapilus trying to turn over to the side. We've got just over a minute left to go. Elbow to the side of the head. And again. We've got 50-odd seconds left to go. We're in the middle of the octagon. Basharat is on top of Lapilus. Lapilus trying to find a way back up to his feet. I think he knows this fight is slipping away from him. And he's trying to find a way up, but time is running out. We've got 30-odd seconds left on the clock. Right now, they're 69 in the middle of the octagon. Both guys, though, trying to get up. Looks like a guillotine being applied there. He's going for a DOS. And right now, we're seeing Basharat trying to get over. Oh, that looks tight, you know. That looks tight. Lapilus is trying to get Basharat off of him. Yeah, and he transitions it into a guillotine, but they get back up to the feet, and that's going to be the end of the fight. That's going to be a Basharat fight. I'm sure that's going to be a Basharat fight. It might be 3-0. It might be 2-1, but either way, I'm sure that's a Basharat fight. A. Jobson said, UFC 300, one of the greatest events in UFC history. Really now? Days, better be careful. Trini's hubby could kill him with his little finger. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. We like to have a good laugh and a joke, but I have got no doubt that the vast majority of men would kill me. But they would have to catch me first because I can run, let me tell you, yeah. Do I have a question? Do you think UFC will ever do big stadium shows? They have done big stadium shows, certainly in Australia at that Marvel Stadium. So they have done those kinds of shows. The thing is that Dana is not a fan of stadium shows. That's the only reason why they don't do them. Otherwise, they could do them. But he's not a fan of them because of the fact that the atmosphere, he feels that it's a much better atmosphere in an arena. And he's also not interested in selling lots of tickets at cheaper prices when he can just sell a few tickets at like a more expensive price. He does not care about the working class, right? The working class is dead to UFC. He is interested in people that have got money that are going to pay a lot for tickets, you know, and to run these shows in arenas that can hold 20,000. But they could easily be doing like 40, 50,000 stadiums. Easily. And for your bigger cards, 80,000 stadiums. But Dana's not interested in doing that. Basharat has won by unanimous decision. He now goes 12-0. After the hot ice bullets, I don't doubt you, says Trini. Hot ice bullets. I don't know what that means, but it makes me think of nipples. Bitblob said Basharat wins via snooze decision. I feel like this one is more likely to go to decision, says A. Jobson. Ashar says 30-29 Basharat. Well, yeah, he gets unanimous decision. So it is justice has been served. I think that is the correct result. Robbery. Robbery. It's definitely a robbery. Right, next fight coming up then, I believe, is going to be the McGhee fight. Marcus McGhee versus Bolanos. Again, don't forget, we're trying to get to 10,000 likes. So if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are on the road to 10,000. Right now, we're at 158. So we definitely do have a little bit of work to do. But I am a big believer in God. So he is going to make sure that we achieve that today. And I want to thank him in advance. Right, coming up next is going to be this McGhee against Bolanos fight. I think we might be going over to that. They might wait 10 minutes, to be honest. They might wait 10 minutes. I was just having a look. I just got tagged in something. CM Punk is scheduled to be in action at Elimination Chamber in Australia. So, Cal Dub sending in some information. CM Punk expected to be at... Elimination Chamber. Right, I made it look easy. Predictions correct. Basharat correct. Basharat maintained his uppercut in the one perfection. Nipple bullets. Yeah, that's the name of my heavy metal band. Here is Megan O'Leary. Getting a bit jealous that Charlie Arnold was getting a bit too much screen time. What are we even doing here? I don't even know what this is. So, Connects, UFC Connected, now streaming on UFC Fight Pass. I've never seen that before. Okay, Marcus McGhee, 2-0 in the UFC. He is a striker. He fights like a maniac. He is powerful. He's got good body kicks. He's got good leg kicks. He's got good feints, good counters, little short hooks, like his footwork, really great cardio. There is so much to like about this guy. 91% of people on Tapology think that he's going to win. He's a minus 280 favorite. He's taking on Bolanos, who is 1-0 in the UFC. He's a striker, Muay Thai. He's got power in both hands. He's got poor takedown defense. He can struggle a little bit with grappling. He throws with power. He's got quick movements, spinning back elbows, really good leg kicks. He's a Muay Thai world champion. He is all action as well. This is striker versus striker, and it should be a lot of fun. So very much looking forward to Marcus McGhee against Gaston Bolanos. Gotta love anyone that's got the first name Gaston. So Gaston Bolanos against Marcus McGhee. I think the same. Farid beats Rodriguez, Black Shear, Begoso and Lapilus. Both are 3-0 in UFC. I have got one win in Dana White's Contender Series, says A. Jobson. Lapilus did okay. I thought he would get run through. James said, too much people to worry about. I'm at 80,000 show. Never mind that. Right, we are about to get underway with this next fight. We've got the fighters making their way down to the octagon. Basharat wins. His winning streak now is 12-0, says Hayden. Big smile on the face of Gaston. Fighting out of Lima, Peru. He is one of 7 active Peruvian UFC fighters. Big smile on his face as he makes his way down. James said Gaston sounds like he's got the shiz. Well, I tell you what, he's got a lovely hat. I know that much. He takes the hat off. He's got red shorts. Don't know why it's not changing on screen. There it is. There it is. Question, Days. Is Taylor an albino because his silhouette has got 0 definition? That's just how he looks. That is just how he looks, and that is how Marcus McGhee looks as well. 50 plus Sunny. Sunny, shout out to, where is Sunny? Actually, let's have a look at Tapology. We haven't done that so far, as we are entering the final hour of UFC tonight for the prelims. So here we are with our Tapology group. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I definitely did not want to do that. Oh dear. I boobed. I pressed the wrong button. Bear with me. We can save it. Right, this is the latest. So we can see a top 10. Wow, we're not going to read the top 10 because there's so many people tied on 8th. Forget that. So we'll do the tied in 2nd place. We got Gam, we got Melodrama Llama, we got Dean 97, we got Fowler, we got Sticky, and we got Obama P4P. But in 1st place is Jinxie Rick. Jinxie Rick in 1st place right now. So we can see these people battling it out. We always like to keep an eye on where Sunny is. She is currently 44th, joint 44th at the moment, Sunny. You're ahead of William, who's down here. But that's where we are at the moment. Wrestling Days League. If you want to join, go over to Tapology, create your free profile, and then you can make your picks for next week's UFC 297. You could start doing that now, and you can join the Wrestling Days League group. 312 people have entered that group. It's one of the biggest groups on Tapology, you know. I think there are bigger, but it's one of 312 people. That is not bad at all. And we do keep popping over to it throughout the show. So that's where we are at the moment. A. Jobson said, I adopt Marcus McGhee at -230. He is an underrated right hand. McGhee won't quarantine the corner man. Dro said, Gaston is having the awesome time of his life with that hat. Days makes being a YouTuber so easy, says James. Or to be honest, all you have to do is sit here and just read comments. As long as you've got the ability to read. That's it, really. The reason it looks easy is because it is easy. I learned how to read when I was at primary school, and it's the only skill I've needed. Other YouTubers try to be good. Joke's on them. Joke is on them. Right, Marcus McGhee -245. Bolanos. I didn't see what he was coming in at. Let's have a look. He is +200 underdog, fighting out of Dublin. 5'7", 135.5 pounds. A. Jobson said the division is so crazy, the most stacked division, not only in UFC, but all of MMA across all the promotions. William said, I am winning. I am undefeated right now. That's not what the numbers told us. But that is what our souls tell us. So, William, shout out to you. I do see you as being undefeated, even if Tapology is clearly lying. Right, we're about to get underway with this one. I've only started getting into UFC over the past year thanks to the streams, and I still love all the streams, said Watson. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate everyone joining us tonight as we are back from our UFC hibernation. Maybe not the most stacked card tonight, full of names that are going to get the juices flowing, but it's a little starter. It's a little taste of what we can expect next week for UFC 297. Bolanos is in the center. McGhee standing his ground. McGhee is definitely someone that we are keeping an eye on here. He has looked very good. This is striker versus striker. This is our co-main event of the prelims as well. We got one more fight after this. McGhee in the center, edging forward. Bolanos on the outside. Spin kick to the body there by McGhee. Bolanos again edging forwards. McGhee is resetting at the moment. McGhee's 33. He looks older than that. Kick coming in there by Bolanos. McGhee, again, keeping it quite tight, edging forward. Bolanos backing up a little bit, exploding forward with a right hand. McGhee backing up again as Bolanos switches stances in the middle as McGhee edges forwards. And kick coming in there by Bolanos as McGhee continues to stand in the middle. We've got Bolanos backing up a little bit as McGhee continues to move forwards. Bolanos coming forward with a right hand. McGhee again edging forward as Bolanos is on the outside. Kick coming in, but it just falls short. It's quite quiet in the Apex. It normally is, to be honest, but these two are just like really flowing. It's got a lovely movement to it. McGhee again coming forward. Lovely shots going down the middle. Double leg, trying to get Bolanos down. Bolanos getting back up to his feet. McGhee is on his feet, is driving Bolanos back against the side of the cage. And McGhee has got Bolanos up against the fence. And he's trying to get Bolanos down at the moment. Knee strike coming in there by McGhee. Bolanos is over by the cage. Knee strike there by McGhee. Another knee strike coming in there by McGhee. So McGhee at the moment in control. He's just got Bolanos up against the fence. Bolanos trying to explode out the corner. They both spin around. It's Bolanos that goes down, but that did break him free from the side of the cage. McGhee standing his ground in the middle. And a couple of hook shots coming in there by McGhee. Bolanos having a little look. Knee strike coming in there by McGhee. Kick coming in there by Bolanos. Couple of shots coming in by Bolanos. Oh, lovely. Lovely hook shot there by McGhee. Kick coming in by Bolanos as McGhee continues to move forwards. Kick coming into the body there by Bolanos. Hook shot there by McGhee. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle there by McGhee. And that definitely got through. Definitely got through. Swinging away. Kick coming in there by Bolanos. McGhee getting some real joy there. 17 significant shots to 11 at the moment. Oh, man, another hook shot. Man, he is causing some carnage. He manages to grab Bolanos, get him down. We're in the middle of the octagon right now. McGhee on top of Bolanos. We've got just over a minute to go. 25 significant strikes to 13. He's raining down some ground and pound. Bolanos is trying to kick McGhee off of him. Oh, shot raining down there by McGhee. And again, another shot coming down. Bolanos is trying desperately to defend this. And he's trying to get back up to his feet, but he gets caught. He goes over against the side of the cage. Shots coming in by McGhee. McGhee has got Bolanos over by the side of the fence. He's on one knee. He's got to be careful here that he doesn't throw in any knee strikes or anything. Again, he's going to his shots. Those shots seem to be going to the throat, you know. The way he was throwing them in, they looked like they were going here. He's on his feet again, Bolanos now. We got 12 seconds left to go. He gets clipped again. He's fighting back, though. We got fireworks, man. We thought there would be fireworks in this. It's a really fun round. We got 2 seconds left on the clock. Bolanos has got McGhee up against the side of the cage. And there we go. End of the round. Fun round, man. Fun round. More of that, please. So, yeah, that is really good. It's definitely a McGhee round. 46 significant strikes in that round from McGhee. That is not the kind of output that you would normally see. 46 significant strikes to 15. So, McGhee was just all action. And he got a takedown. He also had a minute and 47 control time. And 46 significant strikes. 49 total strikes. The man was an absolute whirling dervish. And right now they're probably just saying more of the same, please. Jobson said Bolanos is so fraudulent. Not JPEG, hello. Says, chat, how are you doing? What former superstar might turn up tonight at TNA? Well, I'm guessing it's probably one of those that was released. You know, like a Mustafa Ali, a Dolph Ziggler, like someone of that ilk. Because it would be a little weird for them to go and get someone that they could have got before anyway. So that's why I'm thinking it's probably one of those. But I honestly don't know what the word on the street is saying. I definitely am interested, though. I think there is, it's obviously the biggest thing happening in wrestling tonight. And this relaunch for TNA, I think is... It's getting a bit of traction, actually. I think people are really willing to give TNA a little look, you know. Right now, we've got blood coming down the side of the face of Bolanos. Bolanos, blood coming down the left-hand side. So he's really took some damage here. Some little hook shots there by McGhee. Both fighters in the center right now. McGhee, when he throws these shots, he puts everything behind him. He just threw a hook shot there. He missed with it, and it threw him off balance. That is definitely going to be a problem against bigger, better level of opposition. But right now, against the likes of Bolanos, he is getting away with it, and he is dominating this fight. He won the first round, dominated it. Now we've got Bolanos busted open. McGhee edging forwards as Bolanos switches his stance. McGhee is outside leg kick there by Bolanos. McGhee is edging forward again as Bolanos backs up a little bit. Hook shot coming in there by McGhee. Shot straight down the middle there by McGhee. Kick misses by Bolanos. Bolanos has got to find a way of turning this fight around. He's just getting tagged. You know, his strategy has just not worked so far. He's gonna have to try something else. He tries to explode off the cage with a bit of a Superman punch, but right now he's backed against the fence. McGhee was measuring for him up for a shot there. Bolanos circling around, with Bolanos standing his ground in the middle as McGhee bounces around, has a little look right now. Wants to throw so much straight down the middle with a jab kick to the body. McGhee gets out of there. Bolanos having a little look and went to throw a kick, but no joy. Again, these two bouncing around, kick coming in there by Bolanos. We've got McGhee having a little look again, but the output just slowing down a little bit at the moment. Seems like McGhee isn't forcing anything. Bolanos definitely feels like he is throwing caution to the wind at the moment. Hook shots coming in. There's an opportunity here for McGhee, but he wasn't able to totally capitalize on it. We are in the second round. It's more of the same. It's 32-17. There's still 2 minutes left here. It's still crazy output from both guys, particularly McGhee. Bolanos, as we said, he lost the first round. He's losing this round. He's got to throw caution to the wind. And we've seen some examples of that. Him trying to explode off the cage with a Superman punch. Oh, head kick by McGhee. Bolanos went down. Straight back up again, though. McGhee is unloaded on Bolanos. Spin kick. Bolanos goes back. Ref calls it. And Marcus McGhee has now knocked down all 3 of his UFC opponents. It's a second round finish for Marcus McGhee. And it's the right call from the referee there. So, Doctor just coming in, having a word with Marcus McGhee. He looks okay. Bolanos is over against the side of the cage. There's a doctor with him. Referee stopping that fight in the second round. So we're seeing that head kick that came in. Caught him then with a beautiful right hook shot. Bolanos went down. Look at that kick coming in. Boom. Yeah, the ref had seen enough by this point. But there we go. So we have a winner, said Francis. Sonny says, yes, McGhee. McGhee had some heavy hands, sends him flying across the cage, said A. Jobson. Kian said, I've just tagged you in a tweet. Okay. Fox reveals CM Punk is scheduled to be at Elimination Chamber in Perth. Kian, shout out to you. Appreciate it. As we are heading forward with our next fight coming up, we've got 38 minutes to go. 38 minutes to go. Bang, bang. So, next fight is going to be number 6. And this is going to be the main event of the prelims. Has it changed over yet? I don't think it has. It's going to be Semmelsberger against Parsons. Semmelsberger versus Parsons. Okay, so Marcus McGhee gets his hand raised, winner by TKO round 2. This being said, for people that don't know, he's got a really high kickboxing pedigree. Like, that's a very impressive win. Marcus McGhee is now on a 100% finish rate, and he's got 8 knockouts. I don't like to boast, but I am a great striker myself. It was great to get in there and have a striking battle against him and beat him at that game. McGhee is a savage in there. He's very fun to watch, says Mike Heck. This being said, once you started landing those hook shots, you seemed way more comfortable in there. Marcus McGhee just dismantled an elite striker. Amy Kaplan says, wow. Terrence said, McGhee is a monster. Good hands, strong pressure. Sean Bitter said, McGhee continues his run in the UFC, looking so good. Drake Riggs said, Marcus McGhee is brutal. And Bilal Muhammad said, this guy is a beast. And he was talking about me. He was talking about Marcus McGhee. Damon Martin said, Marcus McGhee with another savage performance. James said, Sean doesn't like his tweets being sent to Days. He will block you for it. That is true. Sean Ross Sapp fears Days. Breaking news. He blocked James for doing that. He said to James, why do you keep tagging this guy in my tweets and then just randomly block James? Which does seem a bit harsh. Is it hilarious? Yes, it is hilarious. But it does also seem harsh. Not JPEG said, should Lesnar and Riddle settle their differences in the octagon? No. Dort Knight said, if Hollywood Hogan took over booking at AEW, would both companies have Triple H running the show? Prediction correct. McGhee wrong. Submission correct. Round 2 should have picked KO, said Jobson. Francis said a 100% finish rate. Let's go. Francis Bilal getting busy. We've got Marcus then making his way out of the octagon, having a word with a few boomers. If you don't know, now you know. He's celebrating with everyone. I think he's shaking the hands of everyone in the crowd individually. Okay, next fight coming up then is Matthew Semmelsberger taking on Preston Parsons. And I know the question's going to be, has he still got that glorious hairstyle? Sadly, he does not. So it is a shaved head for Semmelsberger. We are not rocking those lovely, luscious locks in that image, unfortunately. But he is taking on Preston Parsons. This is the main event of the prelims. We got one more fight to go. Then we're at the main cards. Main card is going to be opening with Andre Arlovski. So, Matheus Semmelsberger against Preston Parsons. Semmelsberger, 5-4 in the UFC, has lost his last 2. He can lack a bit of volume, but he is a striker. He's big for the division. He's durable. He's got good heart. He's got decent power. He's decent everywhere, but not really great anywhere. Looks to keep the fight standing. Not much in the way of movement. Not great grappling either. He's taken on Preston Parsons, who's 1-2 in the UFC, lost his last fight. He's got big head movement, good lateral movement, good transitions, good rear naked choke. Needs to get the fight down to the ground. Good power. He's got a lethal ground game. He's tough. He applies pressure well, moves forwards. This is striker against grappler. And honestly, I think it's really close and the odds back that up. So Semmelsberger is a -120 favorite. Parsons is about +100. I can tell you that Tapology are not struggling. They have gone 83% with Semmelsberger. 17% have gone with Preston Parsons. So let me know in the chat which way you are leaning for this next fight. Who do you think is going to be victorious? Do you think it'll be Semmelsberger or do you think it will be Parsons? Which way is this going to go? I am probably leaning Semmelsberger, but I don't feel brilliant about it. Let's put it that way. I don't feel brilliant about it. It's difficult because both are coming off losses. Both have got gaping holes in their games. It does make for quite an interesting fight between the two of them, though. And I do like the pressure of Parsons, so tricky. Yeah, I'm probably leaning Semmelsberger as well. But let me know in the chat which way you are going. And actually, we'll do a poll for this. We'll do a poll. Who wins? Maybe our next poll will be, will Arlovski retire tonight? Will he leave the gloves in the ring? Semmelsberger or Parsons? So Ankalaev is just getting a little profile at the moment. He's on an 11-fight unbeaten streak, 52.6% strike accuracy, 86.4% takedown defense. That is the 4th highest in UFC light heavyweight history. And he's got the 4th longest active win streak as well. We are seeing scenes of Las Vegas. I've never been to Vegas. But we are seeing scenes of Las Vegas. That's where we are. We are in the apex. Ankalaev is currently ranked 3rd. Johnny Walker is ranked 7th. So number 3 against number 7 in the light heavyweight division. That's our main event tonight. Right, and we are going over half an hour to go. We are going over now to our next fight, Semmelsberger against Parsons. Why does Semmelsberger sound like a vegetarian burger? Ooh, Semmels. Yeah. Don't know how I feel about that. Do you want a Semmelsberger? Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't sound appetizing, does it? The burger bit sounds fine, but Semmels doesn't really sound. I don't know. Can't even picture what that would be. Can't even picture what that would be, but I can't. I'm not picturing anything good. I think I'm picturing William Hence's buttocks. I don't know why. Don't know why. And don't ask me how I know what they look like. Not JPEG said Y2J against MVP in an MMA scenario match. Could you pick the winner? MVP. Apparently he beat him up, didn't he, backstage? MVP's tough, man. Like, legit tough. I'm not sure how legit tough Jericho is. How the F does one live in frigging Canada and not own snow goggles or snow shoes? Big question. Sonny said, because they're not popular where I am. Sonny will only wear stuff if it's popular. Doesn't matter if it's super practical, right? She has got to be seen as being the cool kid in town, right? So if snow goggles are not on trend, she ain't wearing them, right? So get used to it. Come round here with your sass. Yeah. She's a young woman in the world. Yeah, she's going to do what makes her stand out from the crowd. Let everyone else wear their snow goggles. Yeah. She ain't gonna do that. She's only doing what's trendy. Jobson said McGhee is so good. You've got to give him someone ranked or someone that's close. James said Semmels sounds like an STD. It probably is. It probably is, and I've probably got it. I probably invented it. I'm afraid you've got Semmels. Yeah, it does, you know, now you say that. Semmels? Oh my God. Have you heard she's got Semmels? Oh my God. Oh, and burger, that feels like something to do with a vagina. Semmels burger is STD in the vagina. Oh God, you're right. Right, well, let's not think about that. Here's Preston Parsons. Not positive that Parsons can consistently find takedown entries without eating a couple of big ones. Oh, a couple of big ones, a couple of big Semmels burgers. That is disgusting, though, isn't it? That is disgusting. It makes me think of blue waffles. Oh, God. Awful. Awful. What a horrible stream. Dark Knight said, does everybody wear Canada goose jackets in Canada? Or is that just townies in Britain? Big question. That is a great question. Do you have police, or is all of your law enforcement Mounties? That's my question. Do you have police officers, or does everyone in law enforcement just wear red jackets and ride horses and have cattle prods? Please respond. Here is Semmels burger. William says vagina burgers. Camel toe burgers, says Matt. I don't know what even that makes me feel ill. No, there's nothing about that that's wrong. Camel toes are fine. Burgers are great. Both of them things should be fine. But I don't know why even that just makes me feel a bit ill. I think I'm just not hungry. I think that's what it just comes down to. If I was hungry, maybe I'd be a bit more appealing. Here's Semmels burger. 6 wins by knockouts. A Jobson. We eating good. That was a great time to drop that emoji. Semmels burger stepping inside the octagon then. James said sorry, not sorry. William said I'm naked. Not JPEG said Tyson Fury against Omos in UFC or Bellator. What? What? You know Omos would be destroyed. Isn't Omos's background to be a basketball player, and Tyson Fury's background is to be the heavyweight boxing champion of the world? Why are we doing Omos dirty like that? He's not going to win just because he's tall. Matthew Semmelsberger, 75-inch reach. He's got a 4-inch reach advantage. Not JPEG said Wendy's bacon cheeseburgers. Well, I've never met Wendy, but God bless her and her bacon cheeseburgers. Return of the Jedi in the dub column. Alex said there's a picture going around from apparently TNA. There's some that show interest in blurry people. It won't say who. I retweeted. What the hell are you on about? There's a picture doing the round of some interest in blurry people. It looks like, I don't know, the flip that is. Who is that? It looks like Triple H and Seth, but I don't think it is. That could be, I mean, it literally could be anyone. I love how this Patrick saying, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? What the flip do you think you're seeing? I mean, it's a blurry picture. Am I really seeing what I think I'm seeing? What do you think you're seeing? That could be anybody. That could be flipping... Who's that guy that does the hosting with... Who's the guy that does the hosting with... Smart Mark Sterling? Smart Marks. That could be... not that one. Where did it go? Oh, here. That could be Smart Mark Sterling. Couldn't it? So I got no idea who these people think this is. Right. Well, one to keep an eye on. So certainly no shade being thrown at Alex. If anything, I'm throwing shade at Patrick. Right, we are underway then with this fight between Parsons and Semmelsberger. Shot coming in there by Parsons. Semmelsberger standing his ground in the middle. Outside leg kick there by Parsons. But cheap burgers, says Ali. Let's go. Not right now, thank you. Semmelsberger in blue. Why is the stats not updating? There we go. 7 significant strikes for Parsons. 3 for Semmelsberger. Alex said, won't say who. Well, that's stupid, isn't it? Is that who I think it is? Who do you think it is? Oh, I'm not going to say. I should do that. I should find a blurry picture and go, guys, is this person really going to be in the Royal Rumble? Who is it, Days? Oh, I can't say. I'm sorry. I can't say. No, go on. Who is it? Oh, I can't say. I wish I could say. I can't. Signed an NDA. Parsons on the outside. Semmelsberger standing in the middle. As Parsons comes in, tries to grab a leg, drives Semmelsberger back against the side of the cage. If you are watching, takedown by Parsons. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're on the road to 20,000. And right now we're at 172. We could absolutely get there by the main event tonight. We've just got to bow leave. As Semmelsberger has got Parsons up against the side of the cage. Dortnight said it looks like Les Dennis. Semmelsberger moving forward as Parsons is being driven back against the side of the cage. Semmelsberger in control right now. Hammer fist coming in there by Parsons. Shot coming into the side of the head. Throw all the shade at me, Mr. Day, said Alex. No, I'm throwing it at Patrick. Fancy putting up a blurry picture and going, is this who I think it is? And then not saying who you think it is. Or even where the picture has come from. Or even like, what's the person that's... Surely the person that took the picture saw who it was. Surely the person that took the picture saw it. So what are they saying? Who are they saying it is? Instead of this cryptic white rabbit stuff, which is not necessary. Semmelsberger putting the pressure on. Semmelsberger is hiding that kidney spot, said Francis. Semmelsberger has got a 10-to-1 knockdown ratio, said A. Jobson. Semmelsberger edging forwards. No, Alex, I very much appreciate you sharing any interesting things that you find. I've been requesting that. I want that. So, zero shade in your direction. Parsons on the outside. Semmelsberger standing his ground in the middle. Not really much activity here, although Parsons has managed to land 14 significant strikes, 4 of which have been leg kicks. He's driving Semmelsberger back against the side of the cage. Semmelsberger reversing the position. And Parsons now up against the fence as Semmelsberger is putting that pressure on. Have you ever had pork chop sandwiches? I have not. I could imagine them being awesome. Don't tend to have pork chops all that much, to be honest. Parsons on the outsides. Semmelsberger in the middle as a kick comes in. I mean, that is clearly a Parsons round. I mean, he has managed to get through about 30 odd significant strikes compared to 9 from Semmelsberger there. Let's start building something and then open up. That's what they're saying to Semmelsberger. Let's start building something and then open up. Semmelsberger's new haircut is a clear sign that he is focused on staying in the UFC. I think he will get the job done before the first round is over. Well, that prediction has not gone very well. It's Eva Marie. She's got new hair, said Alex. Oh, God. Well, all I can say is enjoy TNA tonight if that is the case. Here we go. About to get back underway. Parsons 1-0, said Callum. Matthew Smelly Burger, said Ali. Oh, yeah, it does. It is a bit reminiscent of that, isn't it? That's probably why it doesn't feel appetizing as a burger. Good point. Right, round number 2. Semmelsberger coming forward, throwing in some shots. Kick coming in there as Parsons backs up a little bit. Oh, Parsons unloading on Semmelsberger. Semmelsberger grabbing Parsons, though, throwing him up against the side of the cage. Semmelsberger putting that pressure on Parsons at the moment, trying to throw him over, getting him down. He's inside control. Semmelsberger keeping Parsons grounded. And right now, we've got Parsons right in the center of the octagon. Semmelsberger on top of him, but I think there's some blood coming from Semmelsberger. Seems to be a bit of blood on the chest. Can't tell where it's coming from. I don't know if that's coming from Parsons or Semmelsberger. We got just over 4 minutes to go in round number 2. Parsons is not in the position that he wants to be in, with Semmelsberger getting round the back of him right now. Semmelsberger, though, back on his feet. Parsons on his feet is over by the side of the cage. Semmelsberger has got Parsons up against the cage. Right now, Semmelsberger plus 100, Parsons minus 130. So I think these odds have flipped. That is basically where we was at the start of the fight, but just the other way round. So definitely Parsons with the momentum at the moment. Jobson said that first round to Parsons. Not JPEG said, I'm actually having cheeseburgers for dinner tonight. Well, that should be okay. Just try not to get an STD. Outside leg kick there by Semmelsberger, and there is blood coming down his forehead. So it is Semmelsberger that's busted open here as Parsons grabs him, drives him back against the cage, looks for a takedown, gets it. Takedown there by Parsons. Semmelsberger is on his back. Right now we've got Parsons round the back of Semmelsberger. He's driven him over against the side of the cage. Semmelsberger on his feet as Parsons throws in some knee strikes. Parsons is trying to drag Semmelsberger down, picks him up, plants him down. Blood coming down the face of Semmelsberger. Parsons just continuing where he left off before. Knee to the body. Lovely work there by Parsons. The corner shouting advice to both guys at the moment. Semmelsberger not in a great place. He'd managed to create some opportunity for himself, but right now he's down with Parsons on top. Parsons round the back of Semmelsberger. Semmelsberger on his feet. And again, we've got Parsons throwing in a knee strike. And again. So Parsons trying to get Semmelsberger down. He rolls through. Semmelsberger, he's trying to grab a hold of the arm here. Looks like Semmelsberger wants to get an armbar. But Parsons wants an armbar as well. He steps through. Semmelsberger. It's hard to see what's happening. I feel like Parsons has grabbed the arm. Yeah, I think Parsons has got the arm. Semmelsberger grimacing in pain. He gets the arm free. We got just over a minute. Round number 2. As Parsons is all over Semmelsberger. Semmelsberger is on his back over by the side of the cage. Parsons has managed to grab a guillotine as Semmelsberger gets to his knees. Right now, there's a knee strike coming in there by Parsons. Semmelsberger on his knees over against the side of the fence. He's trying to get back up to his feet. We got 40-odd seconds left on the clock. Shots coming in there by Semmelsberger. Knee strike coming in by Semmelsberger, driving Parsons back. Semmelsberger working hard at the moment, grabbing the leg of Parsons. Parsons with a big shot coming in. Semmelsberger working away up against the fence. Parsons throwing in a shot, driving Semmelsberger back. And a little shot coming into the body. We got 20 seconds left to go. Francis said Parsons is too sticky. 195 watching, 180 likes. We need to get that up a little bit, said Not JPEG. All likes greatly welcome, greatly appreciated. As we continue to work our way, we're just 12 minutes away from the main card tonight, which should be a decent main card. I like the main event. We may be seeing Andre Arlovski for the last time. We're not too sure. Jim Miller in action as well. Can he get through this fight relatively unscathed and then appear again at UFC 300? Round number 3 coming up, and this feels like it's 2-0 for Parsons right now. We should do a webisode of Community Olympics, says William. We could send in videos of us doing Olympic events and failing when the Olympics start, says William. It's a fun idea. Chocolate chip muffin is a snack. I might have to get it tonight or tomorrow, said Not JPEG. That's breaking news. Callum says 2-0 for Parsons. Francis says we're going to a third round. We are going to a third round. This is our main event of the prelims. We've had a lot of finishes tonight. And here we go. We're about to get underway with the third and final round of our final fight of the prelims. 5 fights to go after this on the main card. Main card starting in 10 minutes time. Can Semmelsberger turn this fight around? I think he's 2 rounds down. Right, again, we got Parsons throwing in some shots. Semmelsberger standing his ground in the middle. Shot coming in there by Semmelsberger. Parsons throwing in some strikes. Parsons, again, trying to grab the leg of Semmelsberger. So Parsons trying to get that leg of Semmelsberger. No joy. Semmelsberger doing a decent job right now. He's trying to grab the neck of Parsons. Semmelsberger doing that's a tight squeeze by Semmelsberger. If he can shift his body weight a little bit more. But that does look really moody, man. Parsons might have just got into a slightly better position to ease some of that pressure. Semmelsberger, though, still on top, still in control. And right now is on top of Parsons. Parsons, we're right in the middle of the octagon. Parsons is grappling around with Semmelsberger. Semmelsberger is on his back. Parsons doing some good work at the moment. And shot coming in. I feel like Semmelsberger needs a finish. I think he's down 2 rounds. So him going for that submission makes a lot of sense, but he wasn't able to find it. Right now, we've got Parsons back up on his feet. And Semmelsberger is over against the side of the cage. Semmelsberger again looking for a guillotine. Oh, again, that looks good as well. Oh my God, that looks good. I don't think he's going to get it. It's in, but Parsons doesn't seem to be struggling too much. It looks in good, though. But Parsons isn't panicking. We're not seeing him desperately trying to break out of it or anything. It does look like it's in, but he ends up letting go of it there, Semmelsberger. Shot coming in there by Parsons. Semmelsberger trying to get back up to his feet. Yeah, they've really thrown a lot at each other. Semmelsberger is definitely asking some questions here. Takedown there by Parsons. And Semmelsberger trying to get back up to his feet. Parsons is all over Semmelsberger at the moment. Parsons doing a decent job. I think he's took the first 2 rounds. He's had to survive a few submission attempts in this round. He's all over Semmelsberger, though. He's kind of in... Oh, I thought he had fully mounted him, but he hadn't quite. He's looking for a DAS. Guillotine. They're scrambling round. He's trying to get round the back at the moment. Parsons jumping on the back of Semmelsberger. Semmelsberger getting back up to his feet. 1 minute 30 left on the clock right now. 1 minute 30. It's a real scrappy affair, this. They're just constantly both looking for takedowns, submissions, grabbing hold of chokes, looking for arm bars. It's just really scrappy. Oh, he's going for a Kimura? Looks like he's trying for the Kimura. Oh, it's going! It's going! Semmelsberger manages to survive. Manages to survive. That was going then. You could see it was going. But manages to defend it really well. Right now he's isolated the arms. He's got a crucifix. So he's tied up the arms. The head is isolated. Now Parsons is throwing in some elbows, but Semmelsberger breaks out of that. God, they're really having to dig deep here. Really going through the gambit. 25 seconds left on the clock. Head and arm. Head and arm being applied by Parsons. 20-odd seconds left to go. Sonny said, you should definitely buy my book. 35 sold, 8 reviews, the thoughts within a collection of poems. 35 books sold is amazing, Sonny. 35 books sold. Big shots raining down. Forearm strike there by Parsons, who gets up and walks away. Tommy sent me a DM. He is hard for TNA and going live. Jeez. Well, listen, what happens in DMs stays in DMs. That's all I'm saying. He has refused to evolve as a fighter, said Jobson. Francis says decision time. Dort Knight said, please can the community refrain from going in each other's DMs? That's true. I don't know how Parsons looks in the third, but this would be the only chance left for Semmelsberger. The left hook is not in. It's not quite secure, said Francis. My friend's mom is stuck out in the snow somewhere. People would advise... I wish people would adhere to these travel bans. Is your friend's mom really stuck out in the snow somewhere? Hayden said, Tommy is live right now. He is doing TNA Hard to Kill. So a big shout out to my friend Tommy Toy Travels. These things are going to happen. You know, we stream on a Saturday. He's going to have streams with AEW and TNA. It's going to happen. It's going to happen often. So, you know, if you want to join us for UFC, we are here. If you want to go and enjoy TNA, Tommy is live. Preston Parsons, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Taekwondo brown belt, has managed to secure the victory. So Preston Parsons rightfully gets the decision, rightfully gets the win, and we are done with the prelims. We can jump over to Tapology right now. And we can have a look, see where we are with the latest Tapology scores. I don't know if it will have updated those Tapology scores from that last fight yet. I hope it would. Sunny was 44th. I can tell you that she is now living her best life. She's doing a great job. So, oh, there she is. She's now 40th. She's gone up. Oh my God, she's coming. Sunny is coming. In joint 10th place, we've got For I Am Oliveira. Then we've got Houdini. Then we've got Miss Clown. And then we've got SoCal Rhino 89. Joint 7th, Bad Karma. Mosier 94. Papa Chuck. 5th, we've got Jinxie Rick and WG Preston. 4th, we've got MFP M9. 3rd, we've got CNAX. 2nd, we got Sticky. And at number 1, we've got Daddy Made Isaac. So big shout out to everybody that is playing the Tapology game. I hope you are doing well. Why do so many people go out in the snow? What food can come from it, says Fortnite. Popsicles. Snow cones. There we go. Pressure Parsons picks up the dub, and we are heading towards our next fight, which is going to be in the heavyweight division, and is going to be Andre Arlovski. Arlovski against Cortes-Acosta. Right. Number 7. Arlovski. Is that Kane? Yeah, Kane Velasquez. I didn't know Kane was there. In the corner of Benitez, Gabriel Benitez. Let's go. Ankalaev is backstage as well. Longest active unbeaten streak in UFC Light Heavyweight division. There is Johnny Walker. I bet he's excited at the opportunity to get revenge after what happened. So we are in Vegas. Sunny is coming. Why am I blushing? Says William. I have no idea. No idea. She is coming, and that is a fact. She went from number 44 to number 40. A. Jobson said she is going to look for her, but it's too dangerous. Did Kane settle his legal issues? Well, I don't think he has, no. I'm not aware that he has. Should we have a look? Kane legal. That didn't work. Kane Velasquez legal. What have we got? He pled not guilty on the 22nd of November. Of 2022. Is Cain Velasquez's criminal punishment over? Every update since the former UFC champ was released. Former UFC heavyweight champ Cain has been granted a requested delay in legal proceedings. The last hearing took place on May 2023. Cain chased a man on February 28 for 11 miles and shot at his vehicle. Velasquez was arrested. I think it's still going. I haven't heard that it's all done and dusted and over. Oh, what's this? This was in September. Cain Velasquez attempted murder trial expected to begin in January. Former UFC heavyweight champion Cain Velasquez will stand trial for several charges, including premeditated murder, in January 2024. I am willing to give another certain date. Velasquez was arrested. It was granted 1 million bail. Kane faces the possibility of life in prison if convicted on all charges. Just imagine the weight on his shoulders right now. Crazy. Right. We are in Vegas. I want to remind them that Tommy's stream has started if they are big fans of TNA. Dark Knight said having Days and Triple T on split screen could be the future. Can I jump into Tommy's stream? Because I'm sure, well, I don't know if he'll jump into this one, but I'm going to jump in his for a second. Okay, we are up and running then with our first fight.
On the quality. I'm here. I figured out that start streaming.
There we go. Boom. Tommy has now banned me. Excellent. Okay. I thought he'd killed someone. I obviously didn't read it right. Arlovski's getting dusted to the Askren realm of sleep. Right, so we've got Bisping, we've got Felder, Brandon as well, and we are working our way towards our first fight. Big welcome to anyone that's joining us. It won't play. Boom. From my point of view, Kane was in the right, says Henry. Arlovski's getting dusted to the Askren realm of sleep. Okay, right, so let's break this down, shall we? I'm getting too distracted going into Tommy's stream, leaving comments, causing trouble, being a little troublemaker. So, Arlovski, 23-16 in UFC. He's lost his last two. He's a former heavyweight champion. Trains at American Top Team. He's got low volume. He's a technical striker. He can lack submissions, but he stays on the outside and avoids big shots. Throws leg kicks. No big knockout power. Will he retire if he loses? He's taking on... Waldo, Cortes-Acosta, and he came through Contender Series. He's got good volume from range, good boxing, good speed, good pace, very explosive, and he is 3-1 in the UFC. He's also 12 years younger. 12 years younger, which is pretty wild. So a 12-year age gap between these two, but Cortes-Acosta is definitely the pick. I'm going to be right back. His corner was giving way too much information between each round. They should have kept it basic. Mr. Unfamiliar said Arlovski will be the champ by the end of the year. Dark Knight said, are there any UFC action figures you would love to own? Well, they didn't make many. They did do some Jazzwares, but I don't think they sold very well. And they did one series that was really badly received. So they were like, no, that's not the real figures. That's just like a limited series. Which I don't believe for a second. No, these aren't the real ones. Nah, this is just a limited series. Shut up. These aren't the real ones. Because everyone was like, they're trash. And then they came out with better looking figures that they called Series 1. And I just don't think they sold very well. You had Adesanya. You had Masvidal. There was a couple of Masvidals, I believe. There was Adesanya. I think there might have been a Oh, I can't remember now. Can't remember who was in that series. I think there might have been a Uriah Faber in that series. But either way, it was okay. But I just don't think that those kinds of collectibles are things that the wider UFC community is really engaged with, you know? So, yeah, I don't think they were really too interested, to be honest, in that. And they bombed and we were done. Okay, so Minty is back. She did a prediction earlier and didn't get it correct. Let's see what she goes with on this one. Ankalaev over Johnny Walker at minus 520. Ankalaev Walker goes over 1.5 rounds, minus 180. Okay. Earliest debut active UFC fighters. So they're showing that Arlovski debuting in the year 2000. He has got the earliest debut of active fighters right now. Jim Miller is 6th. John Jones is on that list. Clay Guida is on that list. But Arlovski coming up next. We need to ask the question, actually. Does he retire? We do need to ask that question. We need to get rid of the current poll, and we need to ask a new question. Does Arlovski retire if he loses? Boom. Jobson said probably Waldo's fight to lose as long as he can avoid getting snake charmed by Andre's pace. Tommy has done watch-alongs and streamed before Days did. The fact is, Days used to be a regular, so was I. Tommy had a toy hunt that got over 1 million views. I knew that it was close on paper. Parsons made it not close in actuality. The fact Arlovski is still fighting is nuts, said K-Dub. What a career. It's a really good point. I remember his rivalry with Tim Silva. Legend. Older fighters should be allowed to cheat. I'm totally down for that rule. Definitely. Older fighters should, the silly things like the knee in a grounded opponent, stuff like that. I reckon as soon as you reach the age of 40, all of them rules go out the window. Completely agree. Let's balance it back up a little bit, shall we? Not JPEG, shout out to you. Yeah, so we'll see what people think in regards to will Andrei Arlovski retire if he picks up a loss here? Will he retire with a loss here? That is the big question. So, right, we are up and running, and we are at commercial break. We have got the ring walks going on at the moment. Cortes-Acosta is, as we said, he's got good volume from range. He's definitely bringing some skills. Right. I've also got Cortes-Acosta. Very high chance that Jedi is going to get cut. Is on a 3-fight losing streak now, says A. Jobson. So, right, yeah, it's been an interesting night tonight. I mean, there's been quite a few finishes on this card. We have had a few decisions as well, but first couple of first-round stoppages earlier with the prelims. This card tonight is not the most eye-catching in the world, to be honest, but I do like the main event. For those of you that don't know, these two did try to fight at the end of last year, and it was quite controversial because Ankalaev delivered a knee strike to Johnny Walker whilst Johnny Walker was like down, and you're not allowed to do that. It was a knee to a grounded opponent. So the doctor asked Johnny Walker, "Where are you? Just doing a bit of a concussion test." Johnny Walker replied, "I'm in the desert," because we were fighting in Abu Dhabi, I believe. And so he said, "I'm in the desert." That was not acceptable, apparently. And the doctor didn't like the response. Don't know why. I don't think we ever heard, or I didn't get anything from the doctor. I've seen interviews with Johnny Walker, who was very frustrated, but never saw anything from the doctor. Understandably, I suppose. And so, yeah, it was controversial. The fight was stopped. It was a no contest. There was no winner, no loser. Johnny Walker was very, very frustrated. I'm sure Ankalaev was frustrated as well, but he was the reason it got stopped. So they've remade the match, and it's going on main event tonight. So there's quite a fun backstory to our main event tonight. It's quite a good little history there, recent history as well. As we said, this was only at the end of last year. So I really like our main event tonight. It's got a little something about it. Co-main event, obviously, Jim Miller. As we said, he's fought at UFC 100, UFC 200. Can he fight at UFC 300 in a few months' time? So I'm just hoping that Miller gets the win and comes out of it unscathed. And then I'd love it if after he says that he wants to be at UFC 300. The fact he was at UFC 100, UFC 200, and could now be at UFC 300, I think that we should definitely look to put him on that card. As well as that, we got Ricky Simone taking on Mario Bautista. And we've also got Phil Hawes against Bruno Ferreira. Cain Velasquez is in the house as well. Jim Miller's opponent is going to be Gabriel Benitez. Cain Velasquez in Benitez's corner. But before we get to that, we've got our first fight. This might not take long, actually. Heavyweights, they hit hard. We know that Arlovski's getting on in age. He's 44 years old. I mean, he's got to be towards the end of his career. You could have made an argument for having Arlovski open up UFC 300. You know, this is someone that's been fighting on and off with UFC for the past 24 years. So, could have been cool if it had been added as, like, the first fight on that UFC 300 card. But the question's been asked, will Arlovski retire with a loss? And 75% of you have said yes. 75% of you have said that he will walk away if he loses this fight. So Arlovski is ready to go. Mark Goddard is ready. He's our referee for this one. Let's see how this goes. The first fight on the main card. Oh, I jumped the gun. I got too excited. Here we go. Cortes-Acosta, Andre Arlovski. Boom, we are underway. So, Arlovski in whites. Cortes-Acosta in red. Both guys in the center. These two are going to hit so hard. Heavyweights always have quite a bit behind their shots. We know that Arlovski doesn't really carry lots of power. Certainly, I would think that Cortes-Acosta should be the one that's looking for a finish, and he should get that finish. Cortes-Acosta winning by finish is the prediction. Just don't know when it's going to happen, but Arlovski is the former heavyweight champion. That was a long time ago now, though. Cortes-Acosta standing his ground in the middle. Arlovski on the outside, switching stances. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. Cortes having a little look, circling round, throws a big right hand. Arlovski resets as Cortes-Acosta edges forwards. Arlovski again on the outside as Cortes-Acosta continues moving forward. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. Jab coming in there by Arlovski. Cortes-Acosta right in the center. It's not much output at the moment. Very slow. First minute and a half. Just both of them feeling their way into the fight at the moment. Inside leg kick there by Arlovski. That was it there. They were getting into the pocket momentarily. We had a few fireworks, but they break apart. Big right hand coming in there by Arlovski. Defcon, shout out to you, my friends. We'll get to you in a second as we have got just 3 minutes left in this first round. Cortes-Acosta jab into the body there. Arlovski on the outside as Cortes-Acosta continues to move forwards. Kick coming into the body there by Cortes-Acosta. And again, switching of stances. Jab coming in. Spinning back fist there by Arlovski. Outside leg kick there by Arlovski as well. Cortes-Acosta. Outside leg kick there by him. Shots coming in. Big shot there by Cortes-Acosta. Arlovski with kick coming into the body. Jab coming in there by Arlovski. Just over 2 minutes left to go. And, back fist there by Cortes-Acosta, but he couldn't land it. Arlovski gets over to the other side of the cage. Cortes-Acosta right back on, putting that pressure on. Jab comes in. Hook shot comes in, but it misses. Starting to see a little bit more out of him now. Arlovski has actually landed more than Waldo at the moment. 8-4. But he's also thrown a lot more. But Cortes-Acosta, not worried. You can tell that he's trying to measure up for that big shot. Don't think he's too worried about the volume side of things. He's just trying to find the shot that's going to get through. Swing and a miss there by Cortes-Acosta. The problem he's going to have, though, is if he's going to keep waiting for this perfect shot to present itself, that is going to be a bit of a problem. Kick coming into the body there by Cortes-Acosta. Cortes right in the middle. Oh, now he catches Arlovski. Cortes again continuing to move forward. Arlovski standing his ground in the middle. Outside leg kick there by Cortes-Acosta. Jab coming in by Cortes-Acosta. Hook shot by Cortes-Acosta as well. Outside leg kick there by Arlovski. And again, we got Cortes-Acosta just edging forwards. Spinning back fist there by Arlovski. Arlovski backing up as Cortes-Acosta continues to move forward. Jab coming in there by Cortes-Acosta. Oh, swinging away. Big shots coming in. Arlovski trying to block them, and he does. Man, there was a real barrage of shots that were coming in there. And he was having to try and block them. He did a decent job, actually. 8 seconds left to go. It's Cortes-Acosta that's just snuck into the lead now. Arlovski trying to throw some big shots. At the end, it feels like that was a Cortes-Acosta round, to be honest. Feels like that was a Cortes-Acosta round. Not much in it. I mean, it was... really, for most of that round, it was Cortes-Acosta trying to find the perfect shot. I think he definitely upped the volume towards the end. Arlovski was just pretty steady. Just pretty steady. Nothing spectacular. I feel like Cortes-Acosta was the one that was doing a lot more of setting the pace. Trying to find the perfect shot, trying to find the opening. When that didn't present itself, he went through the gears, whereas Arlovski was just a bit more plodding, a little bit more going through the motions. I don't think you're really going to get a great deal more out of Arlovski than that, to be honest. But let's see what he can bring in round number 2. It was still very close on the numbers, 15-14. I think Cortes-Acosta caused more... or ask more questions. Right, here we go then. Round number 2. Defcon Prime said, like the Wheel of Fun, could you bring back the Super Chat woman's voice one more time? By the way, 5 years ago this month, Jack and I became Days-O-Matics. Was that 5 years ago? Wow. Yeah, we could bring back the female voice. The only problem with that was that it was getting a bit annoying because, like, obviously, like when we're doing commentating, if you've got a woman's voice that's kind of talking over the top of you, that gets a bit annoying. Plus, also, I have to have like sounds turned down and everything. I have all the sounds turned down, so I don't even hear it. So, yeah, we can bring it back as a bit of a one-off exception. But I don't think it's something we would bring back permanently because it just interrupted the streams. Because I'm the star. Yeah, that's how this works. I'm the star. What I say goes. And some computer female voice talking all over the top of me. That just ain't going to work, brother. That just ain't going to work. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. Jab coming in there by Arlovski as well. Damo said it's only a matter of time before Acosta catches him. I agree. I just hope he's not trying to spend time in the clinch, get taken down and submitted, says A. Jobson. Right now we've got Cortes-Acosta standing in the center. Kick coming into the body there by Cortes-Acosta. Jab coming in by Cortes-Acosta. Arlovski backing up a little bit as Cortes-Acosta continues to move forwards. Arlovski is, look at Cortes-Acosta doing a little bit of a hip shimmy, little bit of taunting, little bit of showboating. Don't think that's going to play too well. We've got Cortes-Acosta on the outside then as Arlovski just stands his ground in the center, throws out these jabs. It's not the most exciting fight in the world. Cortes-Acosta keeps his hands down momentarily. Arlovski comes in with a jab. He goes down to the body and he goes upstairs as well. It's just a little bit sad watching Arlovski, actually. I mean, there's just not much there at the moment. It's just inside leg kick, outside leg kick. Cortes-Acosta doing a bit of showboating and don't know, man. I'm not sure why he would do that. I think he just shows that he's just not feeling threatened. And that's a bit sad that, you know, this former heavyweight champion is in there and he's just not imposing himself on this opposition. Granted, this opposition is 12 years younger. But Arlovski right now is, again, just standing, going through the motions, throwing out a bit of a jab. He's still slightly ahead by one significant strike at the moment. But Cortes-Acosta just catches Arlovski. And again, throws out a jab straight down the middle. Arlovski, outside leg kick there. Inside leg kick. Cortes-Acosta takes a couple of steps back. He responds with an inside leg kick, outside leg kick of his own, goes down the middle. No joy with that. Arlovski takes a step back. Arlovski again throwing in a kick. So they're just talking about UFC 300 now, as this is quite slow, quite plodding, not the most exciting thing in the world. Jab coming in there by Arlovski. Again, we've got both guys in the middle. Jab there by Cortes. It's 24-24. I mean, there's not really any need for any showboating right now. I don't think anyone should be showboating after what they're presenting us at the moment. Mouthpiece comes out. Jab coming in there by Arlovski. Kick down the middle. Big overhand right. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. He's trying to get a bit more going for him now. Digging a little bit deeper. Upping the intensity a little bit more. Final 30 seconds. Cortes-Acosta having a little look, but really should be doing a lot better than this. Asking a lot more questions than this. 25-24 at the moment. Yeah, Bisping said, put that energy into beating your opponent. Cortes-Acosta throwing in some shots. Trying to drive Arlovski up against the side of the cage. No joy. Uppercut, though, by Cortes-Acosta right at the end of the rounds. Well, do you know what? I just don't know who you would give that round to. Because, again, Arlovski was just going through the motions. He was going through the motions, not doing anything spectacular. But I can't really say that Cortes-Acosta did anything spectacular either. Looking at significant strikes, it was actually 13-12 in favor of Arlovski in that round. I don't know, really weird from Cortes-Acosta. Just doesn't seem to be switched on. Doesn't seem to be really in the fight. Doesn't seem to be looking to find, like, the win. He's not asking enough questions. He just seems to be very comfortable, a little bit distracted. Bizarre. Defcon said, that's why we need to bring her back one more time to look at your frustration. Kojiko would have fun. One day of her annoying voice with the voice is worth it, said Defcon Prime. Well, we can definitely bring it back as a one-off if you want to see my frustrated face at being interrupted. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. I hope you are well, Defcon Prime. 5 years is amazing, so big shout out to you. Big shout out to you and a big shout out to Jack as well, of course. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. Poor showing from both men so far, said Damo. Cortes is overreaching, said Francis. Mr. Unfamiliar has got this 2-0 to Arlovski, but Marker's got it 1-1. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's hard to make this fight sound like it's exciting. It is not. But either way, you know, we're into the final round. Arlovski hasn't been wobbled, no. He's not been troubled too much. It could be anything, man. This score could be 1-1, could be 2-0. I don't know what you score that last round. Big shot coming in there by Cortes-Acosta. We got just under 4 minutes left in this first fight on the main cards. Working our way towards Ankalaev, Johnny Walker. Inside leg kick there by Cortes-Acosta. And again. So Arlovski again just going about his work, but gets clipped there by Cortes-Acosta. Jab coming in there by Arlovski. Kick coming in there by Arlovski. Jab by Cortes-Acosta. This being said, am I crazy for thinking that Arlovski should look for a takedown here? This is the worst fight we've seen so far tonight. There's really nothing here to get the juices flowing. Little body shot coming in by Arlovski. 33-38. So Acosta is just opening up a little bit of a gap now. Just doing enough to get the nod. Inside leg kick. Oh, straight down the middle. Lovely right hands. Great work by Cortes-Acosta. Drove Arlovski back against the cage. That was better. At least that was something. But Arlovski goes right back to inside leg kick. Throwing out a jab. Jab coming in there by Arlovski. Swing and a miss there by Cortes-Acosta. Cortes-Acosta, yeah, really big movements. Arlovski looking for a spinning back fist there. Couldn't get it. Just over 2 minutes to go. Kick coming in. That's blocked by Cortes-Acosta. He comes back with a kick of his own. Cortes-Acosta standing his ground in the center. Arlovski trying to come forward with a couple of jabs. He's having a good look right now at Cortes-Acosta. And again, throwing in a jab. Another jab coming in. Cortes-Acosta having a little look back. Oh, lovely! Right hand! Arlovski is rocked! Shots coming through. That was good by Cortes-Acosta. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. It definitely feels like this is his round. And probably his fight as a result. Kick coming back though. Arlovski just goes right back to being the metronome that he is, just goes back to doing what he's doing. It's not exciting. It's just steady, slow and steady. Kick coming back though, heavy kick there by Cortes-Acosta. Cortes-Acosta having some words with Arlovski. Arlovski throws in a kick back to Cortes-Acosta. I don't think Cortes-Acosta is going to win himself many new fans here, because he's been like bad-mouthing Arlovski and like showboating and all this kind of stuff against someone that he really should just be beating. Knee strike. No, it looked like he was grabbing him for a Muay Thai knee straight down the middle in the clinch, but he couldn't fire it. 20-odd seconds left to go. And right now, we've got Arlovski again moving forward as Cortes-Acosta back on the outside. We've got about 15 seconds left. Callum said, I'm surprised he's not gone for the takedown. Tom said, I don't think you can score this fight. They haven't done anything. That's a good point. That's a good point. 1 minute wrestler. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Mark said Arlovski is just going through the motions, but will fight his contract out. How long's his contract for? I mean, I don't feel after that he's about to hang it up, to be honest. I don't look at that and think that's it. He could lose the fight. I think he will lose the fight, but I don't look at that and feel like that's the last time I'm watching him. I mean, we're about to find out because we're going to the judges. But, yeah, that was not the most exciting thing you're going to see this year. It's not the most exciting thing you're going to see this hour. Does Arlovski retire if he loses? 69% thought yes. No said 30%. Don't know if people might change their mind now. Arlovski was just slow, steady. Not troubled too much. A couple of moments where Cortes-Acosta did get through, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long his contract's left for. Acosta just seems like he's taking the P with Arlovski, said Tom. Pump for the pay-per-view next weekend, said K-Dub. Should be really good. Great looking card. Sean Strickland, Duplessis. Brilliant. Brilliant. I agree. Looks really good. Really, really good. Who is AOC rooting for? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, said Defcon Prime. Delidze Imavov is February 3rd. That's a fight night. Is that the week after next week? I don't think it is it? Is that 2 weeks after? Yeah, next week would be like the 21st-ish, 22nd. So that's a good few weeks away, isn't it? Here we go. Scorecards. 29-28. Unanimous. So, Cortes-Acosta gets it. Cortes-Acosta, all three judges, 29-28. Now, Arlovski just seemed to quite quickly go towards the exit. So, I think he has left the octagon. So, no gloves being put down after that. Former LFA heavyweight champion. He is now 11-1. It's a good record, but I can't say that was a good showing. Waldo, Cortes-Acosta gets the victory. Acosta seems like he's taking the P. Hayden said decision time. Waldo wins. 29-28 Arlovski. Mr. Unfamiliar said 29-28 Arlovski. But they should both lose. Well, it's a win for Cortes-Acosta. He said he tried everything in his power to get him out of there. I mean, it didn't seem like that's true. I would say that doesn't feel like what you've just said is the truth. Right, coming up next then is going to be Phil Hawes taking on Ferreira. Okay, there's a few Gias in there as well. Arlovski does tend to bring a bit of support, in all fairness, so that's probably people that were rooting for him. So a few Gias for Cortes-Acosta. Certainly don't think he's won many new fans after that showing. But Phil Hawes against Bruno Ferreira is our next fight. Second fight on this card. We're already 40 minutes into this card. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I am off for the playoff game, said Christopher. Chiefs, Dolphins. See you for Raw. Have a good time, dude. Let's go, Dolphins. I am a hardcore Dolphins fan. I love Dan Marino. And I feel like that's true because I'm sure he was in Ace Ventura, and I'm sure that was the Dolphins. And that is literally the extent of my American football knowledge. That is it. Done. That is it. Oh, and someone was called the refrigerator. You're welcome. Jobson said, this is sad on so many levels. It's sad for Arlovski. It's sad for Waldo that he thinks he's got a future as a fighter. It's sad for the shallowness of the heavyweight division. It's sad for everyone that they lost 15 minutes of their life watching. It is true. This is probably the saddest I've ever felt during a UFC stream. That is 15 minutes of our life that we will never get back. But that is okay, because coming up next, we've got Hawes. And we all love Hawes. Fact. So, Phil Hawes is 4-3 in the UFC. Lost his last two. He is probably better everywhere, and he is more experienced. He has got improved striking. He's got better wrestling. He's just got to avoid big shots because Phil Hawes has got no chin. And so if Bruno Ferreira can land, then he can definitely just get the victory here. Feels like Phil Hawes could be winning this fight, and then Bruno Ferreira is going to catch him and win. So 80% of people on Tapology have gone with Ferreira. Ferreira is a -125 favorite. But Ferreira has been knocked out in his last fight. They're saying that this could just simply comes down to who hits harder and faster. And I feel like Ferreira is the person that's going to win that battle. Everything else, though, should be Phil Hawes. If Phil Hawes can get this down to the ground and use his wrestling, he'll have a massive advantage. So he does need to find a way of getting this down, but I don't know that he will. So Ferreira is the pick. There's Charlie Arnold. Charlie is octagon side. Exclusively streaming on Peacock. I am a fan of KC, said Chris. You missed the F out the middle, Chris. I've got Hawes by decision, says Tom. The game has 30 below wind chill. Good. Whoever lands first, said Callum. Okay, here comes Bruno Ferreira. Bruno Hulk MMA fighting out of Brazil. This is our second fight on the main card. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. As we are working our way towards 30,000 likes. We may get there before the end of the stream. We're not too sure yet. So here comes Ferreira making his way down to the ring. And this is in the middleweight division. Hawes is 35, so we've got old Hawes. And we've got Ferreira, who is 31, 4 years younger. Is that going to make a difference? Is it? Maybe. Right, let's bring up the stats. There we go. Lovely. I was the 211th like. Give Derek Lewis to Acosta next, and we'll see if he can dance against the Black Beast, says A. Jobson. Hayden said, I've got Ferreira round... Is that round one? Round one knockout? Well, it could be. Here comes Phil Hawes making his way down. Fighting out of New Jersey. So next fight after this is going to be Ricky Simone against Mario Bautista. After that is the Jim Miller fight. And after that is our main event featuring Ankalaev. So Phil Hawes coming down 4-3, has lost his last two. Tapology people only giving him a 20% chance. He's coming down as an underdog here. Whoever lands first, says Callum. How many fights left before the last one? So we've got this fight, then there's another two, and then it's our main event. So 3 fights after this one, and then we are done. We are out of there, and then we can all find out who has turned up at TNA Hard to Kill. What an atrocious disaster of a fight, said Bitblob. Both of them were just poisonous to watch. Yes, we do need to, in the words of Taylor Swift, move on. Because that is a fight that we will all want to forget, and we can forget about it now. Turn our attention to this next one. So, Hawes to win by knockout or technical knockout, plus 165. Ferreira to win by knockout or technical knockout, plus 110. Fight will not go the distance, minus 1,100. So, this fight is very much expected to have a finish. Very much expected to have a finish. Sure, he's got decent wrestling, but his power is overrated. He is very hittable. Bad for someone with no chin. Mr. Unfamiliar said minus 35 Celsius for a football game is crazy. I don't think that's cold enough. Bruno Ferreira is minus 135. I want to move on from Taylor Swift, said Corgus Cool. I think humanity wants to move on from Taylor Swift. We should just agree to do that. We just all agree we won't buy her music, we won't stream her songs. I mean, in all fairness, that's an agreement that I've had in place from the very beginning. That's going to take no extra work from me. Okay, Phil Hawes getting his intro, coming in at a plus 115 underdog. Hulk smash, says Callum. Hawes is so talented, said Jobson, but if you can't take a punch, then maybe it's time to retire. Ferreira is nothing more than an extreme power puncher, and I think that's enough here. That's a really good shout. Really, really good shout. Here we go then. About to get underway with fight number 2 on the main card. Boom. Ferreira in black, Phil Hawes in yellow. Kick coming in, and Phil Hawes gets out the way. Hawes again trying to put a little bit of pressure on. He's having to be very careful here, as Ferreira is very explosive. Goes for a hook shot, but just falls short. Again, he's moving around. On the outside, head kick coming in there by Ferreira, trying to grab the leg of Hawes. Shot coming in. Again, trying to explode forward and grab the leg, and Hawes gets back up to his feet. Hook shot comes in. This could be fun. This could be a lot of fun, actually. This could be the complete opposite from that last fight. So Ferreira is backed up against the cage. Phil Hawes continues. Oh! Big right hand by Ferreira, and Hawes took it. And he's got to be careful of that. And now we've got Hawes edging forwards. Both guys in the center, switching of stances there by Ferreira. Hook shot comes in. Knee to the body there by Hawes. Takedown by Ferreira. And right now he's got Hawes down. And he's inside control. Ferreira has got Hawes down in the center of the octagon. And he's, as we said, inside control. Be interesting to see what he's going to look to do from here. So chest to chest at the moment. And Hawes trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Only 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes gone. Phil Hawes not in a good position here at all. He is slightly ahead on the significant strikes. But right now, Ferreira is just keeping him grounded. It's not the most exciting thing in the world still. I mean, it's one thing to get him down, but we know that takedowns and control time, they're not going to win you fights. So this being said, sometimes if you're on your back and you're not doing anything, it's because you're waiting for your opponent to show their hand first. Knee coming into the side of the body there by Ferreira. We've slowly made our way over to the side of the cage. Shots raining down there by Ferreira. Phil Hawes trying to use his legs as a defense. He explodes back up to his feet. Knee strikes coming in there by Ferreira. And they break apart. Hawes trying to find a way forward. Ferreira backing up a little bit as Hawes continues to move forward. Shot straight down the middle there by Ferreira. Hawes throwing in a leg kick. Ferreira backing up a little bit as Phil Hawes continues to move forward. Jab straight down the middle there by Ferreira. Hawes again having a little look, trying to find a way of firing in a shot. Knee strike just falls short. Hawes throwing in a jab as Ferreira backs up a little bit. Phil Hawes continuing to move forwards. Little dig to the body. Head kick coming in there by Ferreira. Jab to the body there by Hawes. Uppercut just misses by Ferreira. Hawes is continuing to move forwards. And hook shot just falls short. We got just over a minute left in this round. Head kick misses. Jab coming in. Knee strike. Oh, caught him. Brilliant work by Ferreira. Caught him on the chin. Hook shot. Hawes is taking it though. And Ferreira trying to get Hawes down. Battling away in the middle. Knee strike coming back there by Hawes. Kick down the middle there by Ferreira. Hawes backing up against the cage. Ferreira putting that pressure on. Spinning back fist by Ferreira. And it lands. Head kick. Doesn't get all of it. In fact, Ferreira slips. And again, we've got Ferreira backing up. Hawes standing his ground in the middle. Jab straight down the middle. Knee strike coming in there by Ferreira. Hawes backing up a little bit. Jab down the middle by Ferreira. Another jab down the middle. Oh, down goes Hawes. Oh, he's out. Wow. Ferreira does it right at the end of round one. Right at the end of round one. Wow, some heavy shots right at the end. Didn't even seem like it was that spectacular. I definitely feel like there was more impressive looking shots, but he was out. I think it was probably that he was teetering on the brink of consciousness anyway. And I think some of those shots right at the end probably just pushed him into the other realm. Took him into a different realm, into a different world. That knee there, I mean, that knee. So that was a more impressive strike. Yeah, that shot, I mean, is it the hammer fist after? There's a shot that kind of glances. And then there's like a hammer fist, and maybe it was the hammer fist that did it. Hawes goes down. I think it's that hammer fist there. Either way, puts him out. Gets the win. It's a victory, a first round victory for Ferreira. Phil Hawes is devastated. We have got devastated Hawes in the octagon right now. You don't like to see that. I don't like to see that. Going to the ground was not on my bingo card, said A. Jobson. Hulk did indeed smash, says Callum. Hawes looks frustrated. That could be the end of his contract, said Francis. Bruno Ferreira at -130. He has a Kempt Bolo punch, said Jobson. Are you watching Smith Beterbiev? I'll probably watch it, but we won't stream it. Mr. Unfamiliar said not having USADA anymore means he doesn't have to worry about his chin being bad. If you know, you know. It's going to be a matter of who can turn on the pressure early and survive the other's best shot, said A. Jobson. I think it went the way that people thought it was going to go. And that is that Bruno Ferreira just had too much power and Phil Hawes had too weak of a chin. And it worked out that that resulted in the outcome we expected. So there we go. We are done with our second fight on the main card. We can have a little look, see what that done to Tapology. So let's refresh this. We're going to go to the third fight soonish. They might wait like 10 minutes or so. But here we can see our top 10. It's getting a little bit narrower. Still in first place, though, is Daddy Made Isaac. So shout out to Daddy Made Isaac. Shout out to everyone that's playing well, doing well. Always like to see where Sunny is. She was 44. Then she moved to 40. She's going down to 48. Sunny is going down. Heartbreak. Hawes looks frustrated. Could be the end, said Francis. Ferreira does, though, left hook like Pereira, said Biplob. What exactly is the Tapology? It's just a website where you can create a free account, make your predictions for different UFC events, and then it will just automatically score it for you. So we used to do it manually, but we just let Tapology do it now. And it's a lot easier. So, yeah, I would say if you do enjoy watching UFC, if you join us regular for these streams, that would probably be a good thing to sign up to. Be a part of. You can make your predictions for next week's UFC 297 coming up next week. The card looks really good. Next week, we will be here as the middleweight championship is defended by Sean Strickland. He is defending against Dricus du Plessis, who has been so impressive. 20 wins, 2 losses, but he has looked so dominant recently. He, I think, could get the job done next week. I'm leaning du Plessis. I actually don't know who the favorite is. I don't know if we even got odds for next week and everything. Tapology will know. Tapology will know. Let's have a look. UFC 297. We should have odds by now. UFC 297. Let's see what's being said. UFC 297. They are just talking to Ferreira at the moment. UFC 297. Sean Strickland against du Plessis. It is near even. Plus 100 for du Plessis. Minus 120 Sean Strickland. So I thought that they might have du Plessis as slight favourite. I tell you what, though, getting plus money on du Plessis, really, really tempted on that. Look at this 5-fight win streak. 5-fight win streak. Last fight was 5 months ago. Fight before that was 9 months ago. He's lost twice. He lost to Pereira a year ago. He lost to Cannonier by decision a year ago. And then he went on a 3-fight win streak. Beat Adesanya. Beat Magomedov. Beat Imavov as well. So great run. Fantastic run. But 3-2 in his last 5. He's won his last 5. I really do like Duplessis next week. So that's for the title. We've also got the vacant bantamweight title. Raquel Pennington taking on Mayra Buena Silva. Pennington is a plus 140 underdog. Mayra Buena Silva at minus 170. She's 35, she's 32. It is very much now or never for Raquel Pennington. She is on a 5-fight win streak. Not as good recently from Mayra Buena Silva, but she is a very, very impressive fighter. Fights out of shooter box as well, which is an excellent gym. So I think I would be looking at Mayra Buena Silva for that vacant bantamweight championship. Neil Magny against Mike Malotz. Curtis against Barrio. We've got Arnold Allen against Evloev as well. Gillian Robertson is back. I love a bit of Gillian Robertson. Gillian Robertson, brilliant grappler, taking on Polyana Viana. So quite a bit to look forward to next week. Quite a bit on that card, but these two fights, these championship fights, certainly that Sean Strickland Duplessis fight, that is going to be a barn burner, man. So yeah, very excited. You can get your predictions in for next week. You can see on Wrestling Days League, we got 312 people playing. We did used to do it just for the members, and that's what that one was. That was just for like members. We don't even look at that anymore, so that's why it's just closed. In fact, I can't even figure out how to delete that one. If I knew how to delete this one, I would just get rid of it. That's the one you want. 312 Wrestling Days League. And we do have people trying to join the closed one, which it's closed. So we're not looking to do anything with that one. This is the one you want to join, Wrestling Days League. You click on join groups and you just find that. So it's quite simple. Like, you just make your picks. You click on join group. You find Wrestling Days League. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, very much excited for next week. Phil took a ton of damage. Him being exposed in grappling, which I predicted was more evident. The KO would have stopped most middleweights. Abu would have died twice. Bishop said, I've got a question. What's your favorite type of music? Mine is alternative. I don't know that I have a favorite. I mean, growing up, I always used to like guitar-based music, so like Oasis, The Verve, Nirvana, stuff along those lines. And Yeah Yeahs was like one of my favorite bands around that kind of 2000. The Strokes, the White Stripes, so I suppose indie alternative guitar-based stuff was what I listened to when I was growing up. But I've always loved dance music as well. So a lot of the stuff I listen to has got like a real good beat to it. We were listening to Nia Archives on the Wrestling Escape Pods. She's like a rising jungle artist who I really love at the moment. So yeah, it's really tricky. I like lots of different things. I mean, I love Bob Dylan. I'm a big Bob Dylan fan. I love Johnny Cash. Genuinely, I'm a big fan. I love soul music. I used to work in a music store, and I think you have to have an appreciation for lots of different styles of music if you work in a music store. So I hate the answer of, I like a little bit of everything, because that's not really an answer. So my honest answer would be probably guitar-based energy, something that's got a real kind of like drive to it. I love female vocals as well. Love female vocals. So female fronted, any kind of band like that, I'm probably going to be interested in. So yeah, Yes is female fronted. So, but listen, there's bits of metal that I enjoy. There's plenty of hip hop that I enjoy. Don't mind a little bit of country music from time to time. Love, as we said, a bit of Bob Dylan, so lots of different things. We're just looking at the official weigh-in show. The bants that they have on the official weigh-in show. But Simon is one of the best wrestlers in the division. Bautista has been prone to getting takedowns in the past. Well, I think we're about to go over to that next fight now. We were just looking at we were just looking at a few little bits and bobs, but now we're going to the video package. So, Ricky Simon taking on Mario Bautista. This is in the bantamweight division. So Ricky Simon is 8-3, 4-1 in his last 5. He is a former LFA champion. He's got improved striking, elite grappling. He's got a great gas tank. He's a good wrestler. He's very hittable. He's got good cardio. He's got good pace, good takedowns, pressure wrestling. He's taken on Mario Bautista, who is 7-2 in the UFC. Great wrestling, great back takes, really good submissions. Very exciting, good volume. He's got good confidence as well, pressure, flying knees, calf kicks, strong takedown defense. There's a lot I like about Mario Bautista, and I would be tempted to lean in that direction. He's not the favorite. He's plus 140. Ricky Simon is minus 165. 72% of people on Tapology have gone with Ricky Simon. I think this is a real tricky one, actually. I think this is quite close. So let's do a poll, shall we, and see what you lot think. Who wins? Who's going to get this one? Do you think it's Ricky Simon, or do you think it's Mario Bautista? Ricky Simon or Mario Bautista? Apparently, Izzy is going to be in the crowd too, said K-Dub. Izzy. So what, he gets the winner? Him against Duplessis, I think, would be really fun. Really, really fun. Him against Duplessis, I'm definitely down for that. So, next week, we have got UFC 297. The week after that, it is the Royal Rumble. So, we've got a big few weeks coming up. Christmas is very much in the rear view mirror now. And we've got some big, big things coming up. This is how WCA should have fought Arlovski, says A. Jobson. Suzanne said, it's cold here. Our heater has bleeped out on us, so we have a fireplace instead. But in my room, I have a heating pad in my bed. A heating pad. Like a heating blanket type thing. One of those things. I remember having that when I was a kid, but I haven't used one of those in forever. A heating... I don't even know what you call them. You say heating pad. I think we used to call them heating blanket. I don't know. I haven't used something like that in a long time. Long time. I would imagine that whole world has made some technological advances. I swear the one we used to have looked like it used to be a torture device. I'm pretty sure there's probably, like, you know, some really good stuff for warming up your bed now. A. Jobson said, I tap Ricky Simon at minus 190. He has got a hedonistic gas tank. Sonny said, Bautista sub, round 1. Suzanne said, do you think Ronda will be at UFC 300? I don't think so. I feel like the women's division has really moved on. I feel like the men's division has moved on as well, but not as drastically, because I think the men's division made great advances throughout the 90s and the 2000s. I feel like, you know, those fighters that were around in the early days of UFC wouldn't stand a chance against the all-round game of the fighters these days. These days, you've got to be trained in everything. Back then, certainly in the very early days, you could just be the master of a certain discipline. And that was the Ultimate Fighting Championship, wasn't it? It was kickboxing against jiu-jitsu, against sumo, against karate. We had all these different masters coming together to find out what the dominant martial art was. And I feel like the general consensus was that jiu-jitsu was the winner. But nowadays, you've got to be really well-rounded, you know? In fact, you get trained basically in mixed martial arts. And I feel like it was a bit similar with the women. You know, Ronda had her judo throws. She had her arm bars. She had a little bit of striking, but not much. But it was arm bars. You know, she kept winning with arm bars. I feel like against the level of competition that where the women are now, I think she would really struggle. I think she'd really struggle. So I don't know. Unless you can find the right opponent, I don't think that Ronda's going to be involved. I feel like the sport has moved on. Tough one to call this, said Damo. Tango, shout out to you, my friend. I did have one, but that bleeped out too, said Suzanne. Electric blankets. Is that what they was called? Electric blankets. I swear, I think the last time I used one of those, I was about 5. I've never even thought about them since. It's weird. It's like one of those like blasts from the past. An electric blanket. I'm sure there have been amazing technological advances in that world. But we're not going to focus on that now. We're going to focus on this next fight, which is underway. And we've got Ricky Simón, who is ranked number 13th in the bantamweight division, taking on Mario Bautista. Bautista with an outside leg kick, moving around on the outsides. Ricky Simón standing his ground in the middle. Bautista throwing in some kicks down the middle. Inside leg kick there by Ricky Simón. And referee coming in, just checking that there wasn't any low blow there. We did ask for your thoughts, and we have had votes coming in. So Ricky Simón is getting 63% of the vote right now. And so it looks like you lot are just leaning towards Ricky Simón. We've got a right hand in there by Mario Bautista. Ricky Simón standing his ground in the center. Edging forward with Bautista on the outside. Ricky Simón standing his ground, just edging forward. Oh, hook shot coming in there by Ricky Simón. Outside leg kick there by Mario Bautista. And he's letting his hands go a little bit as Bautista is on the outside. So we are an hour and 10 minutes into our main card. We got 2 fights left after this. 2 fights left to go. Couple of shots straight down the middle by Mario Bautista. Big knee strike there by Bautista. He gets back up to his feet. Simón is putting the pressure on. Bautista on the outside, circling round. Ricky Simón is keeping tabs on Bautista. And he grabs Bautista, gets him down. Good work there by Ricky Simón. He manages to get Bautista down. Chest to chest at the moment. And right now, Bautista is on the ground. Ricky Simón has kept him grounded. So, good work by Ricky Simón. Both had landed 5 significant strikes. He's managed to get over to the side. He's putting on a tight squeeze, but oh, big shots coming in by Bautista. Big shots coming in as they both get back up to their feet. Ricky Simón just edging forward right now. Bautista standing his ground in the middle. Jab coming in there by Bautista. Simón is, again, bouncing around. Outside leg kick there by Ricky Simón. Jab coming in by Bautista. Knee strike there by Bautista. Ricky Simón grabs the leg. Bautista gets dumped down over against the side of the cage. Back up on his feet as Ricky Simón again grabs the leg of Bautista. Drives him up against the fence. And knee... shoulder jab coming in there by Ricky Simón. Really fun little fight, this. Quite close. We've been down on the ground. We're over by the side of the cage. And right now, we've got Ricky Simone in control. Bautista up against the side of the fence. We got 1 minute 30 odd left on the clock at the moment. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're on 225. We could definitely look to get that around the 300 mark. As Simone is in control. He's getting control time. We know that control time doesn't mean a great deal. And again, we've got Simone in the middle as Bautista continues to move forward. Outside leg kick there by Bautista. Another outside leg kick, but it just misses. Simone is on the outside. Couple of jabs coming in by Bautista. Oh, goes right down the middle. Simone moves out the way. Bautista goes right back into the middle of the octagon. Simone coming forward. Throwing in some big shots. Jab straight down the middle by Bautista. Good little fight this. Really interesting. Really, really interesting little exchange going on at the moment. And again, Bautista throws in a kick. Big heavy shots coming in. Kick to the body there by Bautista. Oh! Ricky Simone with a jab. Bautista goes down. Simone. Yeah, really good fight. Really explosive fight. Lot of fun. Bautista on his feet. Ricky Simone edging forwards. And there we go. End of the round. That was fun. Ronda against Tate. One more time, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Ricky Simone on top, said Francis. Yeah, that was fun. Okay, we're about to get underway with round number 2. T's and P's, says A. Jobson. Okay, here we go then. About to get underway with round number 2. Sunny, shout out to you. Never saw someone jump over a kick before, said A. Jobson. They're just showing a quick replay as round number 2 starts. Here we go. Good first round, that. Ricky Simone in the middle, going in with a shot to the body of Bautista there. Bautista with a kick to the body. Bautista again throwing in a kick as Ricky Simone continues to try and find a way forward, circling round on the outside. Right now, live odds have got both of these at -115. Ricky Simone coming forward. Big swing and a miss there by Ricky Simone. Jab coming in by Bautista. Swing and a miss by Bautista. Ricky Simone, outside leg kick. Couple of jabs down the middle. Throws in a kick there, Bautista. Simone again having a little look as he continues to move forward. Bautista backing up a little bit. And, just getting clipped there by Bautista. Really good counters coming back by Bautista. Simone having a little look. He's circling round on the outside. Jab coming in there by Simone. Outside leg kick by Simone as well. Bautista's the one that's putting the pressure on. We've had a minute of this second round. And it's been a really fun fight. Simone and Bautista are going to war, said Mike's MMA Picks. These two fighting in the bantamweight division. We've got Jim Miller coming up next. High-paced first round. Both had moments, but Bautista had the momentum. So, Simone, again, swing and a miss there by Bautista. Simone standing his ground in the center. Bautista on the outside. Having a little look forward. Outside leg kick there by Bautista. They're engaged in a clinch at the moment. Simone driving Bautista over against the side of the cage. So Ricky Simone drives Bautista back. And looks like they're going to break apart. Bautista up against the fence as Ricky Simone continuing to put that pressure on Bautista. Referee having a word at the moment. As they do break apart. Shot straight down the middle. Lovely work by Bautista. And again, we've got Ricky Simone trying to find a way forwards. We got halfway through the fight now. Total strike-wise at the moment, we are looking at 27-27. So very even on the striking right now. Bautista in the middle. And Simone goes back to the center. Swinging away there by Bautista. Jab going straight down the middle by Bautista. Simone backing up a little bit as Bautista continues to throw in a couple of jabs. Swing and a miss there by Bautista. Bautista again moving forward as Simone's on the outside. Bautista putting that pressure on. Head kick comes in and it just misses. Simone standing in the middle. Bautista again backing up a little bit as Simone continues to put that pressure on. Knee strike coming in there by Simone. Bautista moving forwards. Simone kick coming into the body there by Bautista. Simone is coming forward as well as hook shot comes in. And he's having a little look again. Jab down the middle. Knee strike there by Bautista. We got 1 minute, 10 seconds left. At the moment, it's 36-31. Bautista just slightly pulling ahead. Just slightly pulling ahead. Jab there by Simone. Bautista trying to come back with a couple of counters. Lovely shots there by Bautista. 1-2. Straight down the middle. Both of them landed. But Simone at them. Came forwards. But that was a lovely little 1-2 by Bautista. Felt like there could have been an opening there for him. He wasn't able to capitalize on it. Right now, in a clinch, 30-odd seconds. There's been so much action here. Bautista has thrown 124 shots. Landed 46. Right now, we've got Bautista throwing in a couple of jabs. Simone backing up a little bit. Knee strike coming in there by Bautista. And shot to the side of the head by Simone. Simone standing his ground in the middle, driving Bautista back against the side of the cage. And these two break apart. Kick coming in there by Bautista. End of the second round. Let me know, who do you think's winning the fight? Which way do you think this is going? It is pretty much non-stop action. Lots of fun. Lots of fun. Chrome Cobra, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. You are joining us during the third fight on the main card. One of the best fights of the night, actually. If we look at the second round breakdown, Bautista landed 32 significant strikes to 25. The first round was 17-17. So the first round was quite close. And the second round, I think Bautista edged it. So have you got it 1-1? Have you got it 2-0? I think you definitely give Bautista that last round. How are you seeing it? The head kick, said Francis. That is a Bautista round, said Francis. Randy has got it 1-1. Randy has got it 1-1. A. Jobson has got it 1-1. Tango has got it 1-1. So very interesting. This fight is very finely balanced right now. People in the chat have got it 1-1. Ricky Simone continuing to jab away. We do have to acknowledge the damage on the face of Bautista, though. There is blood coming down his face, and we know that damage really does count, really does matter. So the judges will take that into account. So right now, I feel like Simone is winning. I agree with 1-1. But if the fight was to end now, I think the damage would come into play. So let's see what Bautista can do. He just delivered a big knee strike there. Simone, though, has grabbed Bautista. He's carrying him around the octagon. He dumps him down. He just literally paraded him around the octagon. Dumped him down. Ricky Simone has got takedowns in the last 8 opponents, 2+ times each. What the hell does that mean? I think that means that in his last 8 fights, he's managed to get 2+ takedowns. I feel like we could have worded that a lot better. But either way, Ricky Simone has got Bautista down after parading him around the arena. He's managed to get him down. He's on top of him right now. We got 3 minutes 30 left on the clock as he is all over Bautista. A real scramble down on the ground as Bautista's trying to get back up to his feet, which he does do. Back up on his feet. Circling rounds. Ricky Simone having a little look to see if there's an opening. But Bautista is a moving target. He goes right back to the center. Bisping said this has not slowed at all. And he's not wrong. It is very exciting. And again, we've got a shot straight down the middle by Ricky Simone. Bautista trying to jab away. Jab going straight down the middle. Putting the pressure on. Knee strike down the middle. 2 minutes 40 odd on the clock. Jab there by Ricky Simone. Outside leg kick by Ricky Simone. So 59-48 in favor of Bautista at the moment. These two are just swinging, man. These two are just swinging so good. So much fun. One of the best fights that we've seen in 2024. As Bautista goes back to the middle. Uppercut. Lovely. Great left jab. Bautista putting the pressure on. And Simone backing up a little bit right now. Bautista is the one that seems to have the momentum. Yeah, brilliant boxing by Bautista. Brilliant boxing. Has he done enough to take this round? What's the round 3 breakdown? I think he has. I feel like he's going to be up on significant strikes in round 3. Simone drives Bautista back against the side of the cage. It's 30-12 in favor of Bautista in round number 3. So now it's 77-54 overall. Bautista is absolutely unloading on Ricky Simone. Brilliant, brilliant work by Bautista. I feel like he's going to take this 2 rounds to 1. And we've got Simone standing his ground in the middle. Shots continuing to rain in right now. 38-13 in this round. 38-13. Simone backed up against the cage. Shots going straight down the middle there by Bautista. It's absolutely relentless. 46-13 now. 46-13 into the final. 50 seconds. Jabs coming in. Body shots coming in. Bautista unloading. Swinging away. 40-odd seconds left on the clock. Jab straight down the middle. 53-13. It has just been one-way traffic for the past couple of minutes. One-way traffic. It is phenomenal boxing from Mario Bautista. 20-odd seconds left to go. And what can Ricky Simone do here? Because I feel like this is slipping away from him. 8 seconds. Time's going to run out. I'm sure of it. He's looking for a guillotine, but too little, too late. And there we go. End of the fight. We are going to go to the judges, but surely that is a victory for Mario Bautista after what he just did in that 3rd round. Absolutely incredible. I just want to have a look, see where the numbers ended. So, according to this, 59-14 in round 3. 59-14. Overall, 108 to 56. David, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Chiefs Dolphins. There's a lot of excitement over Chiefs Dolphins tonight, isn't there? Lots going on. TNA has definitely got the interest of wrestling fans. Chiefs and Dolphins has got the attention of animal fans. And if you're a fan of UFC, then we've got the action back after a bit of a shutdown over Christmas. And that was a really good fight. Really good fight. Chrome Cobra said the Browns game was pretty good until a few minutes into the third. What a fight, said Bitblob. Looking like a split decision, said Francis. A. Jobson said Bautista is looking good. Randy said 2-1 Bautista. Francis thinks split. Let's go. Let's see where we are with the scorecards. Well, fight fans. Unanimous. Mario Bautista gets it done. Mario Bautista picks up the victory. Mario Bautista, winner by unanimous decision. It was a great fight. He can hit, says Mario Bautista, who's now got the second longest active win streak in the UFC bantamweight division. Coming up next, we've got Jim Miller. Jim Miller, our co-main event of the evening. He's taking on Gabriel Benitez. Have you got a name you want to call out? He calls out Rob Font. Good fight. Jim Miller then, 25-16 in the UFC. Won his last fight, is the southpaw. 1.56 takedowns per 15. He's got good jiu-jitsu. He's very durable. He can tire. He's got good front chokes. He does absorb more shots than he lands. But he does have the UFC record for most fights, most wins, and most wins in the lightweight division. Good inside leg kick. And he is starting to trust his power a little bit more. He is taking on Gabriel Benitez, who is 7-6 in the UFC. Won his last fight. He's a pressure fighter. Throws kicks to the legs and to the body. He's got more volume than Miller. He is someone that can make mistakes, as he is just pure chaos. And he hasn't competed in a year and a half. So there are some question marks around Benitez as to whether he is going to be able to come in after being away for a year and a half and get the job done against a very seasoned veteran. And Benitez is not young himself. He's 35. It's still 5 years younger than Miller. But, yeah, Miller is the slight favorite here. Miller coming in at -120 and Benitez coming in at +100. So let me know in the chat which way you think that's going to go. You did get it correct as to who was going to win out of Bautista and Ricky Simone, but it was 51% to 49%. So we wasn't very confident as a community, but we did get it right in the end. So who wins next one? Jim Miller taking on Benitez. That's going to be our co-main event of the evening. Can Jim Miller get it done? I'm looking for him to get the victory, but I'm also looking for him to just get through this in one piece. I really want to see him appear at UFC 300. I would love to see him there. I don't know if he's commented on that, actually. I don't know if he's come out and said anything about UFC 300. But if he gets, you know, destroyed here, then that's probably going to rule him out from UFC 300. So hopefully he gets the win. Hopefully, more importantly, he comes out unscathed. There is Jim Miller tied for the second most submissions in UFC history. This guy has just achieved so much in the UFC. He's been fighting in the UFC since 2008. And he is an absolute veteran, an absolute legend. Jim Miller, which way is it going to go? People are getting in their votes. Co-main event time, said Hayden. Jim Miller is a legend, said Chrome Cobra. Maybe not the best, but has that Matt Brown type of legacy. A good fan fighter. Pajman said, let's go, Jim. Fucking Miller. Fucking. Glenn said, the man, the myth, the legend. You haven't updated the stream title. It says cop. Oh yeah, you're right. I am not going to worry about that now. I feel like the time for worrying about such things has been and gone. So that's what happens when you... I get asked this a lot. People are like, oh, are you looking forward to this fight? You're looking forward to that fight? And I'm always like, well... If you watched UFC during the pandemic, you'll know that you just can't really trust any fight until you see it. And that is still continuing now. Because Matheus Nicolau against Kape was meant to be our co-main event. But of course, Kape came in at over 3.5 pounds overweight. So that fight ended up getting cancelled. Which, you know, is super, super frustrating. Really frustrating. But, you know, it's just continuing. This fight's getting cancelled malarkey. So you can never really believe a fight's going to happen until you see it. Look at Conor and Chandler. They still haven't fought. Look at John Jones and Stipe. They still haven't fought. Look at Khabib and Tony Ferguson. They still haven't fought. Do you reckon the octagon will be gold colour? Do you think they'll change the colour of the octagon for UFC 300? I'm thinking no, but I feel like 200 had a golden octagon. So, I don't know. That body kick there might have helped zap Simone's tank a little bit, said A. Jobson. I've got Miller, round 1, knockout, technical knockout. Who's number 1 in subs? Do you know what? I don't know. Is it Oliveira? UFC records. List of UFC records. Let's have a look, shall we? Most bouts, most fight time, most wins by division, highest win percentage, most consecutive wins, finishes, most finishes by division, most finishes, fastest finishes, finishes by division, finish win percent, knockouts, lovely, knockouts, submissions. Charles Oliveira. Let's go. So, most submissions. Jim Miller is tied, actually, at number 2 with Damian Maia. Number 1 is Charles Oliveira. Do you know number 4 is Hoist Gracie? I didn't know that. So, number 1 is Charles Oliveira. Joint second is Miller and Damian Maia. In 4th place is Hoist Gracie and tied with Nate Diaz. Wow. Number 6 is Gerald Meerschaert. Number 7 is Gunnar Nelson and Frank Mir. They're tied. So, yeah, it is Charles Oliveira that's at number 1. Most knockouts is Derek Lewis. He's got 14. Number 2 is Matt Brown, and number 3 is Vitor Belfort. And number 4 is like Anderson Silva, Anthony Johnson, and Thiago Santos, all tied at number 4. So, yeah, there's some interesting numbers doing the rounds, but someone that can brag about having quite a few records is the man that we're going to be watching next. The man that's making his way down to the octagon right now, Jim Miller. 36 wins, 17 losses, 16 of those losses coming in the UFC. 25 of those wins coming in the UFC as well. This is someone who's 40 years old. He's been in the UFC for 16 years. And he is an absolute veteran. He fought at UFC 100. He fought at UFC 200. Will he be at UFC 300? Finally made it back, said William. I beat the ice off my cable. Listen, whatever you do in your spare time, God bless you. Jim Miller, most wins in UFC history with 25, second most finishes with 17, and he's tied 5th for the most performance awards with 14. I feel disposed to Jim Miller at -155. He has got a nasty inverted atomic drop. Days, why can I not time Tommy out, says William. It wouldn't let me time you out, William. I was desperately trying to do that the other day, but it wouldn't let me do it. You had some sort of force field around you. I found it very frustrating. So I timed out Mitchell instead. And he did nothing to deserve it. This is Jim Miller's 43rd UFC fight. That is the most. I mean, that's mental. That's mental. His 43rd UFC fight. There's still plenty left in the tank, says Bisping. Gabriel Benitez, 23-11. I can tell you that Jim Miller is a -150 favorite. Let's go. Not UFC related, but I heard that Triple H could be at the TNA pay-per-view, said Eric. Well, that would make sense, Eric, because even with his bad heart, he would still be the best wrestler there. Jokes. Right. Benitez getting his introduction. His background is wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Jim Miller getting his intro. He's 19-3 as a UFC favorite. That's mental. That is mental. Nice applause for Jim Miller from the crowd in attendance. Not that there's many there. We are in the apex. This is our co-main event. The next fight after this, Johnny Walker against Ankalaev. And let's get going with this co-main. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. Right, we are underway. We are up and running. Doesn't change the fact there are 49 million kangaroos in Australia and 3.5 million people in Uruguay, which means that if the kangaroos were to invade Uruguay, every person would have to fight 14 kangaroos, says Tim. It's a really good point. We got an outside leg kick there by Benitez. Miller putting the pressure on Benitez. Miller letting his hands go a little bit. Benitez on the outside. Miller again going to the body. Jab coming in by Benitez. Outside leg kick there by Miller. Oh my God, Tim. Who would win that? I can't stop thinking about that now. Could I beat up 14 kangaroos? I don't think I could. Don't think I could. I mean, they are powerful. If they're big, you know. That's going to be... I reckon I would survive one. But I wouldn't survive 14. Oh, God, if we did that battle, I think the Kangaroos would win. Outside leg kick there by Miller. And jab coming in. So at the moment, Miller slightly ahead, 11-7. Kick coming down the body there by Benitez. Jim's looking good here, said Francis. Having Jim Miller fight in the Apex in 2024 is disrespectful. Oh, that was great. So Benitez went for a kick. Miller instantly knocked it down, and actually Benitez lost his footing. And a couple of shots coming in there by Benitez, and Miller responding with a couple of shots back. Benitez on the outside, kick coming in there by Benitez. Miller continuing to move forwards. Jab to the body there by Benitez. As Miller continues to move forward, Benitez backing up a little bit as Miller again moves forward. Shots coming in. Knee to the midsection. Miller saw an opening. Another big knee. He's throwing in these knee strikes right now, Miller. Letting his hands go. 20-13. So Miller is definitely ahead right now. Kick coming in by Benitez. Miller moving forward as Benitez backs up a little bit. Uppercut coming in there by Miller. And lovely work there by Miller. Benitez letting his hands go. Outside leg kick there by Benitez. Jab coming in there by Miller. Knee strike coming in there by Miller. Benitez backing up a little bit. And uppercut coming in there by Miller as well. Jabs coming in by Benitez. Inside leg kick. Lovely work there by Miller. Jab coming in. So Miller edging forward. Benitez backing up. 1-2. Knee to the body there by Miller. He grabs Benitez. Another big knee strike coming in. Benitez up against the side of the cage. Benitez is in the middle of the octagon right now. Miller continuing to move forward. They break apart. Jab to the body there by Benitez. Benitez bouncing around as Miller continues to move forward, but jab coming in there by Benitez. 39-21. There's a very clear gap between these two as Miller continues to move forward. Leg kick coming in there by Miller. And Benitez having a little look. A bit of damage on the face of Miller. Bit of blood coming down his face. Shot coming into the side of the head. Couple of jabs coming in there by Benitez. Benitez has landed 42% of his shots compared to 59% by Jim Miller. Miller has landed 44, whereas Benitez has landed 25. Shots coming in there by Benitez. Miller... Little forearm strike coming in. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We're only 7 away from 250. That's not bad for a fight night. Certainly if you consider that we tried to get 1,000 for like a pay-per-view, 250 for a fight night feels about right. Again, we've got Miller moving forward. Outside leg kick there by Miller. Benitez, again, putting the pressure on. That's clearly a Miller round. Lots of output, not much drama, but Miller's got a bit of damage on his face, and I don't know what that's going to mean for a potential UFC 300 fight. So he's definitely got a little nick underneath his eye. You're doing great. That's what they're saying to Miller. Once you're done, I think it would be a good idea to give Tommy a raid, said Hasib. I don't mind doing that. We don't really do raids, so I'm guessing that we just go over en masse and I don't know. But yes, I hope Tommy's having a good stream. Get in close on a kangaroo and it will kick the shiz out of you. Those nails would shred us. Oh, I've never even thought about a kangaroo's nails, to be honest. Have they got big nails, have they? Oh, God. I wouldn't stand a chance, would I? I fancied myself against one of them. Not 14. I didn't think I'd take 14 down. Here we got a couple of shots coming in there by Benitez. Miller continuing to move forward. Outside leg kick there by Miller. Another outside leg kick there by Miller. Little dig coming in. Daisy's kicking back and he's watching Tommy's stream burn. Oh, I'm sure Tommy's stream is on fire, but in a good way. Kick coming in there by Miller. Lovely shots coming in by Miller as Benitez is trying to find a way of asking some questions, but it's all Miller right now, driving Benitez back. Little uppercuts coming in, big knee strike coming in as well. Jabs coming in there by Benitez. Miller is trying to unload, standing his ground in the middle. Benitez, couple of jabs coming in down the middle. Miller again, swing and a miss. So there's blood coming down the face of Miller, but there's certainly damage on the face of Benitez as well. 62 significant strikes to 35. Benitez again letting the hands go. Miller moving forward, jab straight down the middle. And right now, Jim Miller has passed Damian Maia for 5th most fight time, 6 hours, 49 minutes. So he's now 5th for the most fight time. Lovely little shot to the body there by Miller. Again, Benitez is trying to put some pressure on. He's got Miller backed up. Shot straight down the middle. Uppercut there by Miller. Oh, big forearm strike by Miller. Sounded like a gunshot, but 1-2 down the middle by Benitez. They got through. And we've got Miller backing up a little bit as he tries to grab and take down Benitez. And he gets him down. That's excellent work by Miller. Good takedown. And right now he's doing a bit of work down on the ground. So Benitez on his back. He is right over by the side of the cage. Benitez is armed with a Mexican chin, said Francis. Benitez's leg is smoked, said Patchman. Benitez just at a left and no reaction, says Francis. Right now, over or under 1.5 rounds, we have gone over. We are into the second part of the fight now. Benitez is still down with Miller on top. So right now, shot coming into the side of the body. Hasib said, how did you come to the conclusion you was doing this over the Beterbiev fights? Well, because next week is UFC 297, and I think it's important to send the message that we're back with UFC, because we are back next week with UFC 297, and we're well on the road towards UFC 300. So even though for this one-off event, Beterbiev would probably have been the bigger event, I think that sending the message to the community that we are back doing UFC on a Saturday, it was a good message to send, and to get excited about next weekend. And we've spoke about next weekend. We're excited for Sean Strickland against Duplessis. We're excited to crown a new women's champion as well. Raquel Pennington taking on Mayra Buena Silva. Excited to see Gillian Robertson also. So plenty of things to be excited about for next weekend. But yeah, I'm sure that the boxing would have done a bigger views, if you will. But I think it's right that we dial back into UFC after UFC not being around for about a month, and start working our way towards UFC 297, because you know after that it'll be 298, it'll be 299, and we are so here for UFC 300. Absolutely cannot wait for whatever that show is going to look like, and the card is already starting to come together well. We're just waiting for the big OMG announcements. We're still down on the ground. Here, we got 16 seconds left to go. Right now, Miller has managed to get around the back. He's got the body lock applied. He's throwing in some shots. We are definitely going to make our way to a third round here. He's asking some questions. I mean, had this round have been a bit longer, he may have found that rear naked. And there we go. End of the round. Round 2 is done. This feels like it's Miller's fight. Third round coming up. Ankalaev is 17-1 on Sherdog because of an exhibition fight that he had, says A. Jobson. We are going to a third round, said Francis. Commentary is blatantly biased, said A. Jobson. How the devil are you days, said Callum. Callum, I'm good. I hope you're well, my friend. Hope you're having a good Saturday night. As we are back streaming on Saturdays. It's been a few weeks, actually, you know. Which has been quite good, because I've not been very well. So it's been good to shake off illness, get back to full strength, and get back to UFC, and get back to Saturday streaming. Some big streams coming up, man. I mean, we've got Royal Rumble, we got UFC 297, we got Tyson Fury against Usyk coming up. We got Joshua against Ngannou. I don't know if they've announced the date of that yet, though. Have they announced the date? I think they may have done. Here we go, round number 3. I need to put that in my diary. Joshua Ngannou. Miller continuing to move forward. Hook shot coming in. March 8th. March 8th. So there we go. That's going to be a big one. It says Friday, March 8th. Is that going to be on the same time as SmackDown? No. Better not be. Benitez trying to find a way forward. Miller continuing to throw a very useful left hand. Benitez jabbing to the body there as Miller continues to move forwards. We got 4 minutes on the clock in this final round. Jim Miller has landed 88 significant strikes to Benitez's 54. Jab down the middle there. Hook shot responding back by Miller. Outside leg kick there by Benitez. Benitez again trying to find a way forward. We're in the third and final round on this one. Swing and a miss there by Benitez. Jim Miller again edging forward. Jab coming in by Benitez. Miller on the outside. Having a little look at the moment as a kick comes in there by Benitez. Outside leg kick. Miller backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Benitez. So in the middle, swing and a miss by Miller. If Miller wins, he's best be on UFC 300. He deserves it, says Brad. Benitez has got a chin, said Jobson. Benitez is going to need a knockout or a sub to get the win now, said young Heath Ledger. Adima's music said, I can eat 500,000 hard-boiled eggs in one sitting. I would love to see that. I wouldn't. I think that'd get really dull, actually. But God bless you. Jeremy said Top Dollar is debuting on TNA tonight. Outside leg kick there by Miller. Looking for a takedown. Miller gets the takedown. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, and I completely agree. Benitez needs to find a way of getting a finish here. He's not found it. He's not found it. He gets taken down. We see Cain Velasquez watching on from ringside. Dominic the writer, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. Shane said shout out from Vegas. Walker quit last fight because he was going to lose. If you watch the fight, he knew where he was and what he was doing. He quit. Period. It was a good acting job. Well, what's he going to do tonight? There's a choke there that's been applied by Miller. Benitez taps. So Jim Miller manages to secure the victory. He gets round the back of Benitez, puts on the squeeze. It's another win for Jim Miller. But I don't know that he's going to be ready for UFC 300. He may do. He may do. I want to see what he's got to say. He's definitely took a little bit of punishment there, but nothing that... I don't know. That's going to be tricky. I don't think there's any broken bones or anything along those lines. I think it's just a bit of swelling, which will soon go down. Should be okay. Should be okay. Need to get him on that card, man. I want him on that card. Jobson said it's clear 2-0 to Jim. Benitez is a Terminator that just refuses to go down. Young Keith Ledger said, I wish we had a weed dispensary near me. 1 Minute Wrestler, shout out to Canada. Brad said, let's go, baby. Cain Velasquez gets in to have a little word with Jim Miller. So, main event coming up next. Ankalaev taking on Johnny Walker. So, it's been nice back watching UFC, but main event time. Well, after the break, I'm sure we'll hear from Jim Miller, and then we'll be going over to our main event. I wish Days and I were neighbours, says William. Put that man on UFC 300, said A. Jobson. Brad said he's 40 and he still has it. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that was a really good performance. I mean, 112 significant strikes to 71. He threw 180. So, you know, he got 2 takedowns. He manages to get the finish as well. I mean, I agree. Get that man on UFC 300. I don't think there was anything there that's going to prevent him from being on that card. He did take some knocks. There is some marks on his face. There are some cuts. There is some swelling. I think all of it should be go down by the time, and, you know, should be fine by the time we get to UFC 300. Shouldn't interfere with like a training camp or anything. So I want him to ask for it. I want him to demand it. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. A winner once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the base grade submission comes officially 3 minutes 25 seconds of round number 3 for your winner.
Your winner. Happy birthday, Mom, says Miller. Let's see what he's going to say. You're an inspiration, said Bisping. You punish the legs, your boxing look good. He's extended his UFC record for most wins to 26. I knew I could win the leg kick battle. A10 is a terrible nickname. Already looking forward to 2032 when we're having debates about who Jim Miller is going to fight at UFC 400. Jim Miller, what a G.
That's 43 fights in the UFC. That's a record. 26 wins tonight. I mean, you are a legend and you get the respect that you deserve. Such a long career.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask, what do you want next?
What do you want next? UFC 300's coming up.
I got 3 months, you know, to heal up and stay in shape and stay ready. So it's just kind of find the point. There are a couple names that have been thrown out that have, you know, intrigued me a bit. One was sitting at the desk, Paul Felder. You know, like, I got the most finishes in lightweight. You know, man, Matt Brown. I would love to go up to 170. Fight the guy with the most
He calls out Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, that's my giant killer. Listen, Jim, seriously. I truly mean it.
Jim Miller says, Brock Lesnar, if the purse is big enough, I want you at UFC 300. Lol.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation. Jim, 810, Miller.
He'd mess up Brock Lesnar.
Well, Jim Miller is
Main event time. Loris, shout out to you. Francis says Jim Miller, road to Hall of Fame for sure. Congrats, Miller. You're 40 and you can still crush a can, said Scott. So, Felder getting a little mention as a potential opponent.
you got a lot to think about tonight in the upcoming. I'll tell you what, if I'm going to do that, I better start training. You better get back in there. I got some races coming up in April, though. Hey, you're conditioned. Should I do the race and then 300? You know, whatever it takes to step inside the octagon and get that man right there. We love it. All right.
There we go, Jim Miller then exiting the octagon, and Jamal Hill is sat at octagon side as we're building towards our main event. The former UFC Light Heavyweight Champion in attendance. Obviously, the Light Heavyweight division is on display next as number 3 takes on number 7 in our main event. This, of course, is a rematch from a fight that happened at the end of last year. We've spoken a lot about that. And the doctor asking Johnny Walker, where are you? He said, I'm in the desert. And that was not to the liking of the doctor. And so the fight was called. But so a bit of bad blood here. Ankalaev minus 550. 9 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. Johnny Walker 7-4. No contest last time, of course. 3 wins before that. And this is going to be a really interesting fight. Ankalaev is an all-rounder, is a great counter-puncher, very physical, hits hard, great wrestling, great technique, good cardio, crisp striking, very hard to take down. He's got fast hands, fast reflexes. He's smooth, he's precise, he's got good fight IQ, uses footwork well, works well in the clinch. He's got a nasty head kick as well. Good judge of distance, durable. Lot to like about Ankalaev. 18 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. 9 of those wins coming in the UFC. And Walker, it was looking all right, actually. Walker was looking all right in that fight against Ankalaev, but it ends relatively early, of course. 7-4. He can be dangerous early. He's a striker. Big question marks around his chin. He's very flashy. He's got a good fight IQ, flying knees. And as we said, this is going to be an interesting fight, but one that I would expect Ankalaev to come through. So I'm expecting Ankalaev to get the victory. We can throw the poll over to you guys and see what you're expecting. Has Johnny Walker got Ankalaev's number? Has he managed to get into his head? Has he managed to upset him? Has he managed to make a few comments? Can he throw him off his game? Can he get at him? Or is this just going to be an easy night's work for Ankalaev? So we'll put the poll up in the chat right now. Which way is this going to go? Who's going to emerge victorious? Is it going to be Ankalaev or is it going to be Johnny Walker? My heat hasn't been working very well, said Sonny. Sorry to hear that. What a fight by Jim. Please never put this man in the apex again, said A. Jobson. Walker in the desert, said Francis. Sneaks, hello. Shout out to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hayden said UFC 297 next weekend, and we are here for that. When does that start, actually? This week has started earlier than usual. Normally, we'd be about 55 minutes from going to the start of the main card. That one starts normal time next week. So early prelims are going to be at 11:30 UK time, which is going to be like, what, 6:30? Sean Strickland and Duplessis getting at it in the crowd. So these two going at it. Dana White having to step in and separate these two. Sean Strickland is so fired up at the moment. It's going to be so good. Next weekend is going to be so good. So we are a week away from that card, and the main card will start at 3 in the morning UK time. That is 10 p.m. Eastern. So we are back to our usual time next week. A lot of bad blood. These two do not like each other. Sean Strickland has got the 7th most significant strikes in UFC history, whereas Du Plessis has got the longest active win streak in the middleweight division. Highest middleweight history significant strikes per minute for Du Plessis at 6.95. Third highest for Sean Strickland at 6.08. 65.4% strike defense for Sean Strickland as well. We're just previewing next week's main event before we get to our own main event for this week. So, yeah, this is going to be such a good fight. I'm leaning Du Plessis. There is a lot of hatred between these two. I like to walk outside barefoot, said William. Get them super cold, then come in and heat them on direct heat. I can't imagine that's good for you. So Scotty said, are you covering the boxing as well? Not tonight. I will watch it, but we won't be streaming it. I think it was a case of deciding, do we do that or do we do this? And we've done this because next weekend is UFC 297. Miller against Lesnar, main event for UFC 300 or we riot, says A. Jobson. After that performance, I want to see Jim Miller, send Jim Miller a fine wine, said Biplop. So they're showing next week's main card. Arnold Allen against Evloev in the featherweight division. Curtis against Barrio in the middleweight. Magny against Mike Malott in welterweight. Pennington against Buena Silva. Number 2 against number 3 for the women's bantamweight championship. And then Sean Strickland taking on Dricus Du Plessis. Sneaks, shout out to you, said, how come Russian fighters always have beards? It's a good question. I'm guessing because it's really flipping cold. And I can imagine that that is needed for insulation. And also, they're so busy learning the finer points of grappling that they haven't got time for shaves. Haven't got time to be messing around with male grooming. You're lucky they brush their teeth, right? They haven't got time for that nonsense. It is wake up at 3 in the morning. And then it's grappling till midnight, and then you do it again the next day. That is it. If you did that, you would have a beard as well. Shane said, I watch fights, but I like to listen to the commentary. Much better than UFC. Keep up the good work. Shane, shout out to you, my friend. I appreciate the kind words. We will be back next week doing UFC 297. And I can't wait. It's going to be so good. I feel like this one, we've had a lot of prospects. We've had a lot of fighters, which I don't know that they're really going to get the people's blood pumping, you know. But next week will certainly do it. So the pay-per-views at the start of this year look really good from UFC. Brad said, I'm excited for 297. We've got good seats. My uncle paid for them for my birthday on the 24th of January. It's going to be crazy. Dude, have a great time. I can't see how you won't have a great time. It's in Toronto, in case you didn't know. It's at the Scotia Bank Arena in Toronto. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Have I been to the Scotia Bank Arena, formerly known as Air Canada Centre? Yes. Is that where the Raptors play? I've seen the Raptors play. Yes, I've been there. I have been there. I really like Toronto. I've been there twice. I've had such a good time every time I've gone. I would love to go back to Toronto. It is a really, really great place. Yeah, it used to be called the Air Canada Centre, but they've changed the name of it now. It's right, isn't it? Right by the CN Tower. I'm trying to see where that is. I'm looking at a little map. Toronto. You could go to the Toronto Railway Museum. That's not far. That is not far. Literally down the road. How exciting. Right. I've got a messy beard, but I decided to shave it because I'm still a teen, said Sneaks. Well, you need to show more dedication to the world of grappling, Sneaks. We are just seeing the video package for our main event. I've been to a Leafs game and multiple shows, said Jobson. I love GHR, said, I remember watching you as a kid with the action figures. Now looking for a stream to watch UFC and your name rung a bell. I love the videos. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we still do toy hunt videos. But certainly during the lockdown, but we started a bit before that, to be honest. But during the lockdown, that obviously was not possible. And so streaming became a massive part of the channel. And we've been covering UFC since 2018, actually. So the channel started in 2016. And in 2018, we started doing live streams. And we did UFC from that point as well. So since 2018, we've been doing UFC. And since 2018, we've been doing WWE, Raw watch-alongs, SmackDown watch-alongs. We'll be doing the Royal Rumble as well. It is a massive part of the channel now, so... But I hope you are well. Hope you've had a good Christmas, my friend. I hope everyone had a good Christmas. As we are now heading towards the main event tonight. Johnny Walker making his way down. He is looking very confident. Can he get the job done tonight? Can Johnny Walker pick up the victory tonight? Obviously, we remember what happened last time. Controversy. He's certainly got a massive smile on his face, though. Johnny Walker, living in Ireland. It's come down with a flag that's got a Brazilian flag on the one side. It's got an Ireland flag on the other side. So Johnny Walker is making his way down. Let's have a look, see what you lot are saying. Split, to be honest. 58% of you have gone with Ankalaev. 42% of you think that Johnny Walker is going to get the job done tonight. So seems like you lot are a little undecided. I'm leaning Ankalaev. So Walker has made his way down. If we have a look at the numbers on screen, we can see that he does land a little bit more per minute. But his accuracy is not quite as good. Ankalaev has got a better takedown average. And Johnny Walker, 100% takedown accuracy whenever he does go for a takedown. And he only tends to go for half a takedown every fight. But whenever he does go for a takedown, he tends to get it. So, Johnny Walker, 4-fight unbeaten streak, 16 wins by knockouts, 5th fastest finish in UFC Light Heavyweight history, winning a fight in 2019 in just 15 seconds, beating Justin Ledette. He's ranked 7th. He's taken on Ankalaev, who's ranked 3rd. Johnny Walker is looking very confident, very comfortable. stepping inside the octagon. So Johnny Walker out first. Ankalaev coming out next. Sneaks. Cage then. Knockout or technical knockout minus 200. Walker to win by knockout, technical knockout plus 700. Fight will not go the distance minus 450. So both fighters are inside the octagon right now. We're about to get underway with the announcements. Keep putting in your thoughts. We're nearly at 150 votes. 55% of you thinking Ankalaev's going to get it done. 45% of you thinking that Johnny Walker's going to get it done. We've had 266 likes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We got 281 people watching. If 33 more people leave likes, we would get to 300. Doesn't mean anything at all, but it would be nice. It's a round number, isn't it? And we all love round numbers. Ankalaev against Walker, number 3 against number 7. William said, days, curse all you want. Let's go. Main event time, said Francis. Okay, Walker is inside the octagon, getting his intro. Main event time coming up. Don't forget, next week, UFC 297, and we will be here for that show. Referee is going to be Mark Goddard for this one. We are in the Apex. Don't know why. I mean, I know it's the main event, but it just feels like everything just went up a gear. Like, it does feel like this fight is, like, I think it's the history and the bad blood, and, like, it definitely feels like one of the more exciting fights that we've got tonight. So, Johnny Walker fighting out of Dublin, Ireland. He's got a 7-inch reach advantage here. Normally that means that they get a 65% win rate. So he's a tall guy. He's got a hell of a reach on him. Johnny Walker sticks out his tongue to the camera. pacing around as we cut over to Ankalaev. Ankalaev looking a lot more serious. Minus 520 favorite. He is closed as favorite in all 13 of his UFC fights. So Ankalaev bouncing around, is ready to go. I've got Ankalaev by third round TKO. Jobson says a lot of people on Tapology leaderboard have got Walker winning by knockouts. Here we go. These two come into the middle. If he gets asked, he better not say he's in the desert this time. Okay, bouncing around. We're about to get underway. Main event time. And we are underway. So, round number 1. Johnny Walker in the middle with Ankalaev. Ankalaev in black, Johnny Walker in green. Ankalaev, very unorthodox spin kicks and shots coming in by Walker. He was driving Ankalaev back against the cage. The two break apart right now. Walker moving forward. Ankalaev being quite watchful. Ankalaev on the outside. Inside leg kick coming in by Walker. Another inside leg kick coming in there. Outside leg kick there by Walker as well. And we've got Ankalaev putting the pressure on. Walker going into the middle. Throws in a leg kick. Kick coming back there by Ankalaev. Ankalaev in the middle. Kick coming in by Walker. And again, we got pressure being applied by Ankalaev. Walker, lovely going upstairs. Great work there by Walker. And we got a big overhand right there by Walker. Ankalaev just got a little bit of pressure being applied on him at the moment. Johnny Walker ahead on significant strikes, 9-3. Ankalaev just having a little bit of trouble working this out. Another beautiful kick there by Walker. Couldn't land it though. Kick coming in there by... Oof. Lovely little hook shot there by Ankalaev. Jab coming in there by Walker. Both guys in the middle of the octagon right now as Walker continues to move forward. Kick coming in there by Ankalaev. Walker trying to throw in a leg kick. Kick coming back there by Ankalaev. These two really trying to work each other out. Walker does look quite fluid in the early stages. Oh, spinning back fist by Walker. Just missed. Outside leg kick landed though. Jab coming in. Inside leg kick there by Ankalaev. Inside leg kick coming back by Walker. Tries to throw a spinning back fist. Ankalaev again continuing to move forward. Jab going straight down the middle there by Walker. Ankalaev again putting the pressure on. Walker having a little look. He's had good output so far. He's landed 12 out of 27. Whereas Ankalaev has struggled with his accuracy. He has thrown 21 but only landed 7. At the moment, Ankalaev is behind, but definitely growing into the fight. Definitely growing into the fight. Here comes Ankalaev. Again, being quite watchful. Walker in the middle. Ankalaev putting that pressure on. He grabs the leg of Walker. Walker goes back against the cage. See, Walker doesn't need to doubt himself here. What he's been doing in the early stages has been good. Now that he's started to slow down a little bit, it means that Ankalaev can kind of grow into the fight a bit more. So now what we're starting to see is Walker not throwing as freely, and Ankalaev, that's giving him time to start to ask questions rather than having to worry about finding answers or worry about, oh, where's this kick going to go? Is that going to be a spinning back elbow? Now he can start to think about offense more than defense. So we're starting to see Ankalaev kind of growing into the fight a little bit more. Still a little gap there for Walker though. 16 significant strikes to 10. There's a kick that came in by Ankalaev. Walker responds with a kick of his own. Ankalaev putting the pressure on Walker. Walker is the one that's backing up. We got just over a minute to go. This can go 5 rounds. I don't know that people are expecting it to go 5 rounds, but it can go 5 rounds as Ankalaev again putting the pressure on Walker. Walker circling round, throwing out a jab. Ankalaev again just edging forward. Walker throwing in a kick, throwing in another kick. Ankalaev with a... Oh, is that a low blow? Low blow by Ankalaev. Commentators. Bro, come on, says Walker. Yeah, and it's right. Did you see it? Says Walker. Yeah, Walker not happy with the kick there from Ankalaev. Bro, come on, said Walker. I mean, in all fairness, Ankalaev last time delivered a knee strike to a grounded opponent. This time it was a different foul. I mean, as long as he keeps mixing up the fouls, you know, next time eye poke, you know, we can just kind of tick them all off. Smile on the face of Ankalaev. He thinks that Walker's making a big deal out of this. Oh, the interpreter's been brought in. Warn him. So this is your last warning, basically. That we'll be getting point deductions after this, I'm guessing. So the ref has called in the interpreter. There's all this lovely little, you know, subcontext going on during this fight. Is Ankalaev a dirty fighter? Johnny Walker thinks so. We are back underway. Kick coming in. It's 17-17. We said that Ankalaev was closing that gap, and he has closed the gap. So this round right now, it's there for either guy to take. Big final 20 seconds. Ankalaev standing his ground in the middle. Johnny Walker on the outside, having a little look. Who's going to take the round? Yeah, there is a little bit of capoeira as he's moving around, trying to throw in and create a bit of space. Threw in a spin kick there. 19-17 in favor of Ankalaev. Does that give him the round? Defcon Prime said that Jockstrap Company has a new endorser. Defcon, shout out to you. Who gets that round? Which way do you think that round went? Jobson said Walker was anticipating this moment. Sometimes you've just got to let that right hand go. When he stops moving, go back on the kicks. Other than that, great work. That's what they're saying to Johnny Walker. Okay, round number 2 coming up. Round number 2 coming up, Johnny Walker. Man, if we get another low blow, this is going to get tasty. Because we'll be looking at a point deduction at that point. 1-0 to Magomed, says Ali. Yeah, let us know which way do you think that went. Okay, outside leg kick there by Ankalaev. Lovely little kick there by Walker, but he couldn't land it. Inside leg kick there by Ankalaev, and going for another one as well. Magomed is working the leg kicks a little bit more. Body shot coming in. We're seeing a bit more volume coming out of Ankalaev now. Another leg kick there by Ankalaev. He's ahead 23-20. Leg kick is ahead on leg kicks as well. Johnny Walker standing his ground in the center. And lovely shot coming into the body there by Ankalaev. Walker backing up a little bit as Ankalaev continues to work those leg kicks. Inside leg kick there by Ankalaev. Again, just moving forward. Walker backing up a little bit. Outside leg kick there by Ankalaev. Inside leg kick coming back by Walker. He goes to the outside again. Ankalaev just moving forward. We haven't got fireworks at the moment, but there was a lovely kick that came in by Walker. Straight jab coming back by Ankalaev. And right now it's 31-25. Ankalaev is ahead by 6. Significant strike. Swing and a miss there by Ankalaev. Walker again continuing to back up as Ankalaev puts the pressure on. Circling round on the outside. Outside leg kick there. Inside leg kick coming in by Walker. Ankalaev moving forward. Walker just backing up. He can't do much on the back foot here. Ankalaev throwing out a jab. Leg kick coming in by Walker. He's got Walker right up against the cage. Ankalaev. I'm expecting him to like explode forward and try and get like Walker down, and I'm expecting him to look for a takedown. We haven't seen any takedowns attempted by either fighter. But Walker is very much running out of room at the moment. Ankalaev has really cut down the cage. We got 2 minutes 30 odd on the clock. Walker again moving round. Jab coming in there by Walker. Kick coming in by Ankalaev. Walker backing up a little bit. Heavy kick coming in there by Ankalaev. Oh, big right hand! Big right hand! Walker goes down! And Ankalaev secures the victory! There we go. Round number 2. He dropped him. Followed up with a shot. Referee came in. And that was it. They're saying that Walker's nose is broken. Yeah, it is. So that shot broke Johnny Walker's nose. Wow. Ankalaev managing to secure the victory in that second round. We're just seeing a replay here. Right hook. Oh, I think it's the follow-up that breaks his nose. I think it's the follow-up. I think the right hook that he throws, that definitely shuts the lights off. He goes down. He's all at sea. But it's that follow-up absolute sledgehammer blow that breaks the nose of Johnny Walker. Referee is right in there. Stops it. It's a win for Ankalaev. It's going to be very interesting to see what he's got to say after this. So it's a win for Ankalaev. Ankalaev victorious in the main event of UFC Vegas 84. Second round stoppage. Big hook shot. Followed him with a massive blow. Smashed Walker right in the nose. Shame that Walker couldn't last that little bit longer. But Ankalaev getting the job done relatively early in our main event. No doubt about the winner of this one now. Here we go. Johnny broke something. A nose or a jaw. You just don't play with your food, said Francis. Did Johnny get knocked out? Well, he definitely got knocked down. He was all at sea. I mean, I don't think he quite knew where he was. And then that follow-up shot broke his nose. He's got a towel on his nose right now. Blood coming out of his nose. But I don't think he was, like, flatlined. Ankalaev gets his hand raised. 2 minutes 42 in round 2. Bisping comes in to have a word with Ankalaev. Let's see what Ankalaev's got to say. Talk to me about the game plan coming into this one. So we're going to get Jan Blachowicz, Ankalaev 2 then, said Biplob. No controversy on this one. Tied for the 4th most knockouts in UFC Light Heavyweight history. I was prepared for this for a long time. I was ready. He has got the 4th longest active active unbeaten streak. So John Jones is on 19. Leon Edwards and Makhachev are on 13. And Ankalaev is on 12.
Well, I certainly think that you deserve it, but I don't make those calls. The first round, Johnny Walker came out very...
So he wants a title opportunity. Bisping said, I think you deserve it, but I don't make those calls. Ankalaev ends it with a TKO. He just drilled Walker. Ankalaev with a vicious knockout to finish Johnny Walker in the second round. Ankalaev turned out the lights. That has put a stamp on this rivalry. 2024 is his year. He was trying to figure me out, and it's not something they can do. Glover Teixeira said, great knockout. We will see you soon. Yeah, Alex Pereira's the champ in this division. Jamal Hill is in attendance. Ankalaev is right there as well. There's some really interesting prospects, interesting fights that can be made in the light heavyweight division. It was nothing personal. This is our job. He's just talking about the controversy around Johnny Walker. This being said, congratulations to Ankalaev. Magomed Ankalaev getting the job done. Pitgrams would smoke the Russian. Sorry, he would lay him clean out cold, said Brad. Please be serious fighting next time, Walker. You look like a very good fighter without the goofy side, said Francis. Well, Johnny Walker has obviously already left the octagon. He broke his nose. He's gone off to get medical treatment. We heard from Ankalaev at the end there. So, coming up next week, Strickland against Duplessis and Pennington against Bueno Silva. 2 title fights, UFC 297. After that, we've got Delidze against Imavov. Fight night after that, Hermansson against Pfeiffer. That is February 10th, and I'm really excited for that card. And then after that, wow, UFC 298, February 17th, Volkanovski against Topuria. When is the Tyson Fury fight? When is Fury against Usyk? Is that the same night as Volkan Topuria? Yeah, I think it is. 17th of February. Maybe that'll be earlier in the day. Perhaps it's going to be a double header. I mean, we're over in Saudi, so I'm guessing it could be earlier in the day. But Tyson Fury against Usyk, 17th of February. UFC 298 is also the 17th of February. 17th of February is going to be monumental. We've got Usyk Fury. And we've also got UFC 298, so wow. So yeah, I don't know when the start time is for Fury and Usyk, but I would imagine we're probably going to get that done and out the way before UFC begins, I would guess. Good looking card, that as well. Volkanovski against Topuria, Whitaker against Costa, Jeff Neal against Ian Gary, Henry Cejudo taking on Merab Dvalishvili. It's a good looking card. J14 said, I really hope Volkanovski doesn't lose to Topuria, but I'm starting to doubt myself as the event approaches. Impeccable taste in Pixel. We do need to look at that as well before we run away. We do need to have a look. If you are just joining us, it's a win for Ankalaev. Victory in the second round. And we should have had an update as well in regards to Tapology. So let's do the top 10. So LFC Bonkers in 10th, True Blowjob Gaming in 9th, which is the name of my second channel. Six Soul in 8th, Sticky in 7th, Hawkins Jr. in joint 5th with Muhammad Ali, AWS 88 in 4th, MFPM 9 in joint 2nd with Daddy Made Isaac, but number 1, CNAR X. Many congratulations, emerging victorious. Always like to see where Sunny finishes as well. She was 48th. She has remained 48th, but she does finish on top of William Hensey. So there we go. Many congratulations to everyone that took part in that. And we are done for tonight. So I'm going to head off over to Tommy Toy Travels TNA watch along right now. So if you are interested in watching that, Tommy Toy Travels is live with his TNA Hard to Kill watch along. So jump over there and say hello and hang out as we enjoy a little bit of TNA action. But a big thank you if you joined just for the UFC tonight. We will be back with more UFC next weekend for UFC